Like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only
books
person I had
with
been
the
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes, spins tales so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley
those?
doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand
American
that
culture.
it's a white
If they
people
want to
problem.
beef with you,
Okay,
it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
Do I think it's okay?
The place where President and Mrs. Reagan lived for 8 years, that makes this institution so special. What is most compelling is the lasting power of President Reagan's vision and impact. That is what has drawn so many leaders and dignitaries to join us here over the years. So as we start this morning, I'd like to say thank you to all of our guests for being here with us, and special thanks to Ambassador Matthew Whitaker, the U.S. ambassador to NATO, and to the ambassadors to the United States from, get this, 17 NATO member states. I think that's an amazing turnout, and we're very grateful for it. And I also want to thank everyone here as well for their leadership and for their shared belief in President Reagan's vision for a freer, more prosperous, and peaceful world, a peace made possible through the strength of the United States and of our NATO alliance. For President Reagan, NATO represented, quote, a living commitment of the nations of the West to the defense of democracy and individual liberty. At times, he disagreed, sometimes energetically, with other NATO leaders as they debated strategy on how to confront the Soviet Union. But NATO was an alliance he believed in deeply, saying it was at, quote, the core of America's foreign policy and of America's own security. Today, we gather in troubled times. From Eastern Europe to the Middle East and beyond, the lives of millions upon millions of people are at risk. And obviously, there are tough questions about the future of the alliance that has so long protected our peace, freedom, and prosperity. And among those questions, those include what is required of America and other countries in confronting the threats facing the alliance? What is the proper balance of security and burden sharing between the United States and our allies? And how can we, as President Reagan put it in an address to the citizens of Western Europe, quote, be strong enough, be determined enough so that no adversary would think even for a moment that war might pay. There are no simple answers, but the alliance is in good hands with Mark Rutte navigating it as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's Secretary General. As the longest serving Prime Minister of the Netherlands, who presided over 4 coalition governments, he developed a record and a reputation for pragmatism. A strong supporter of global and transatlantic cooperation, Secretary General Rutte also knows how to forge consensus without compromising on principle. So especially in this consequential moment, Mr. Secretary General, we look forward to your remarks, which will be followed by a conversation with the Reagan Institute's own policy director, Rachel Hoff. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to the 14th Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte.
Welcome to Stanley versus the world, everyone. Everyone, please make sure that you hit the like button on the way in. And if you happen to be new to the channel, please like, share, and subscribe. Check us out. Who knows, you might like it, might not. It just so happened, it's serendipity really, that the Secretary General of NATO gave a speech today at the Reagan Center. It's basically the presidential library. And I happened to have gotten an email from 12th Man this morning, some bullshit about NATO and when has NATO ever helped the United States and that sort of thing. So we'll listen to a little bit of this. Don't know how much, but at least a little bit. Then I want to look at the email that 12th Man sent and kind of step through it because, to be honest, the art of being able to make a good argument and stick to the point until the argument is either resolved or we move on or something like that, that seems to be a lost art. And it's just worth going over the email and the back and forth that he and I had. It was just, I don't know what to call it other than it was wild-eyed, and it was just like it was like a girl fight. You know, when girls fight, sometimes they do this windmilling thing. That's what it reminded me of. So, and I don't mean to pick on 12th Man enough. I do enough of that when he's on the panel. But I'm just like, what the fuck is he talking about? So let's hear a little bit of what Secretary General Ruta has to say.
Introduction. Thank you so much for that, and good morning to all of you, and good morning, ambassadors. I see so many here, so many friends. Matt Whitaker is here, ambassador of the United States to NATO, my good friend, and so many other faces I know so well. So we are really among friends this morning, and it is a pleasure to be back in the United States, and particularly to be back here in Washington D.C. And yes, I'm an admirer of the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. And I'm particularly honored to be here today at the Reagan Institute. If peace is to have a chance, if the hope for freedom is to be kept alive, the United States must play a powerful and active role in world affairs. When President Reagan offered those words at a gathering of the Reserve Officers Association on January 27, 1988, the world was a very different place. The Berlin Wall still held people's hopes and dreams captive. More than 100 million men, women, and children lived in European countries behind an iron curtain. Those differences notwithstanding, what President Reagan knew then and what I know today is quite simple. American leadership is absolutely essential if freedom is to be the rule and not the exception. As Prime Minister of the Netherlands, and now as Secretary General of NATO, I have developed an unflinching appreciation for the value of American leadership. And yes, I was raised with Ronald Reagan. He was my youth time president, and I still remember how important he was for so many people in Europe. Because in the end, under Bush, his successor, the Cold War ended. It ended by winning it. And it was won by Reagan and, can I add, Maggie Thatcher. And the two of them working in conjunction, making the whole world safer and ending the Cold War. And I think everybody in Europe and everybody in the world should be eternally grateful to that leadership. But I've also had the opportunity to reflect on what happens when America's allies take that leadership, that US leadership, for granted. In the years following President Reagan's address to those reserve officers, as we entered the so-called end of history, while those newly free sought to pass into NATO and began to build their own capacities to contribute to our shared security, other European allies shifted away from decades of investing in conventional military partnership with the United States during the Cold War in favor of an unhealthy codependence. So convinced that peace was permanent and didn't demand the investment we now know is essential, Western European forces shrank and defense budgets shriveled into irrelevance. Over-reliance on the notion that security was just the new norm and the United States would take care of any threats further afield, caused us Europeans to imagine that hard power was something to be embarrassed by, a relic of a bellicose past that humankind had now outgrown. But recent years have made abundantly clear that history is alive and kicking. That while Europe may not think in spheres of influence, countries like Russia certainly do. And we have seen that Putin is all too willing to use force to press the point. Thankfully, though, the same American leadership that set the conditions for staring down an evil empire has helped keep the alliance, an alliance that ensured freedom and security during the Cold War, that alliance going, retaining the foundations and tools we need, even while many of its allies underinvested. President Trump's commitment to progress reversed more than a generation of stagnation and atrophy by reminding Europe that values must be backed by hard power. Hard power provided not only by the United States, but through the collective effort of countries who are part of the most successful military alliance ever built. The President drove allies toward a historic decision at NATO summit in The Hague last summer to invest 5% of GDP into defense. And this will help to ensure that the NATO of the future is not an alliance in which allies are unhealthily dependent on the United States, and in which the United States knows that it has capable partners who are ready, willing, and able to defend our freedom and security. Those investments are already laying the foundation for a stronger Europe in a stronger NATO, for a genuine partnership, and the security that our freedom deserves. These investments are crucial. And allies are moving quickly to secure the budgets, grow their armed forces, and field the capabilities we know we need. But even with this progress, it is clear we will need more. More high-end, exquisite capabilities to defend against the modern missiles our adversaries are employing against Kiev and Tel Aviv. More scalable, adaptable drone interceptor technology. And here, Ukraine's hard-earned battlefield lessons are saving lives beyond its own borders. At this moment, allies on NATO's eastern flank and our dear friends in the Gulf are defending against Russian and Iranian drones, thanks in part to Ukrainian technology that did not exist even 1 year ago. So business as usual will not meet this moment. And allow me here to applaud President Trump for his bold leadership and vision. The United States, and this is just an example from last week, just announced a framework agreement to triple production of certain types of Patriot missiles. And this is absolutely crucial. And there's another example of American leadership. And it is essential to refilling our magazines and building the arsenal of freedom. As I look towards the Ankara summit, I'm confident NATO collectively and allies individually will similarly act to break down barriers and unleash the potential of defense industry on both sides of the Atlantic. So the money is flowing. Industry and government will cooperate to ensure that money translates into the capabilities we need. Why then does everyone in this room have a knot in their stomach about the future of the transatlantic alliance? Why, when we turn on our televisions or scroll on our phones, do we see eager early drafts of NATO's obituary? Let me be clear. This alliance is not whistling past the graveyard, as you would say in the United States. Allies recognize, and I recognize, we are in a period of profound change in the transatlantic alliance. Europe is assuming a greater and fairer share of the task of providing for its conventional defense. And from that, there will be no going back, and nor should there be. This is a move from unhealthy codependence to a transatlantic alliance grounded in true partnership. For increased investments and improved production to matter, they must be accompanied by a mindset shift. That mindset shift is well underway. But these shifts are often only fully appreciated with the benefit of time, and the space between can be precarious. Let's consider the most recent events. When it came time to provide the logistical and other support the United States needed in Iran, some allies were a bit slow, to say the least. In fairness, they were also a bit surprised. To maintain the element of surprise for the initial strikes, President Trump opted not to inform allies ahead of time, and I understand that. But what I see when I look across Europe today is allies providing a massive amount of support, basing, logistics, and other measures to ensure the powerful US military succeeds in denying Iran a nuclear weapon and degrading its capacity to export chaos.
Well, I'm glad I'm not this guy. Apparently, he has to be a little bit, have a little bit of decorum in dealing with Trump. Um, I guess what I'll do is I'm just going to go ahead and have a look at this email exchange between 12th Man and I this morning. 12th Man starts this off, and this is out of the blue. Every now and again, I guess he just randomly emails me a thought. So he starts this this off with time for the United States to pull out of NATO. Basically, he says since 1980, Treasury Secretary Bessent cited a $22 trillion defense gap between the US and NATO. And my response is, so what? When has NATO ever been a council of equals? I think it was pretty much assumed, especially right after World War II, America was the most powerful and intact country and army and everything else. We had to help Europe rebuild. So it was never, NATO was never a confederacy of equal partners. And I understand the argument that, countries are supposed to contribute their fair share and stuff like that. However, we were always the leaders of NATO. It's like a parent with adult children. A while ago, this was maybe a year ago or something, and I was down at my father's house or something, and we were doing something or another, mowing a lawn or just helping out in the yard. So my father told my son to do something, and my son looked at me like for direction. I guess he was looking for my input. And I told him, well, you don't look to me. You're I think he was 19. This was last year. I'm like, you're 19 now. You don't need me to give you, detailed instructions. He told you to do something, figure out how to do it. If you need me, come and get me, but I'm not gonna, you're a man, you decide how you're gonna get this task done. That's kind of like how I see NATO. Whether it's fair or not, it doesn't really matter. Acting like these people were delinquent, it could be they didn't want to do it. It could be over the past 40 years, Reagan or Clinton or somebody was like, don't worry about it. We got you covered. So, like this NATO Secretary General said, hey, it was, we're paying our fair share now. So, I'm like, I don't really care about the $22 trillion deficit, whatever. We pretty much know the deal with NATO. America's just the leader, and I think Trump did the right thing by saying, hey, look, you deadbeats, pay your fair share. I have a problem with that. I think Trump did the right thing, but we got to leave now, because we started a war and they didn't snap to attention and go, yes sir, how high. You know what, Trump's an asshole, and you know what, people don't like assholes, and he didn't tell them what was going to happen. And by the way, these politicians, they have voters too. Okay. And for them to get involved in an unpopular war, why would they risk power or risk their, Senate seats or their prime minister positions? Why would they risk it on a guy like Trump? I can't figure out why they would. I know I wouldn't. So anyway, this continues. So after I say, hey, you know what? When was NATO ever a council of equals? And dummies elected this guy, meaning Trump, to start an unnecessary war, and are just pissed off because NATO isn't going to do what we think they ought to do. And so 12th Man responds, well, I'm hoping that we can make NATO a shell of what it once was, meaning abandoning NATO, since it isn't that easy, but we can pull out of most of our military, blah, 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 blah. Who really gives a fuck? I think that pulling out of NATO would not be in our best interest. And yesterday, that video I showed with Fareed, what's his name? Basically saying, hey, look, NATO was very unique in that it was a council of advanced economies, and the big economies were friends of ours. And NATO, why would we want to bust up that club to go it alone? Because if NATO wanted to go, basically the premise is America is not as powerful as all the other nations combined. So why would we want to go it alone if we can have powerful friends, especially friends in the West? Why would we just want to leave in a huff like that? It really doesn't make strategic sense. It's kind of a hot-headed move. So 12th Man's response is, okay, well, you're fine with sending trillions over there, I guess. And I'm like, well, I'm not fine. My response is, I'm not fine spending trillions of dollars on military spending in any case, whether it's trillions over there. And then I sent him a news article talking about the $1.7 trillion that Trump is asking for U.S. military spending. I'm not for spending, double what we're spending now while we're cutting social programs on military spending. And Trump's excuse is we are fighting wars. I'm like, what war? Other than the one you started. It's a bullshit point. And this is where the argument starts kind of getting away from what the original point 12th Man was trying to make. No, I'm not okay with spending trillions of dollars on the U.S. military, let alone sending trillions in support of NATO. We should do better with our money. So the response is, oh, Stanley, you're trying to deflect. No, I'm not trying to deflect. I'm trying to get back to your original point, which was the U.S. needs to get out of NATO. how much we're spending, and I'm okay with spending trillions of dollars. I have no idea what that has to do with we should not leave NATO. We shouldn't be spending $1 trillion on militaries in any case. I don't think it's okay to do if social programs are going to be suffering. And then so all of a sudden, it's like, well, which part of NATO ever did anything for the United States of America? And my response is, do you remember Afghanistan? Right after 9/11, NATO was right there going, what do you need us to do? For some reason or another, 12th man doesn't remember that. I mean, NATO was there. They were like, what do you need us to do? They were there in Afghanistan, and Britain at least, if not Germany. I can't remember now. It's been a while, but I know Britain was in, they even went to Iraq, which Iraq was unnecessary. So the bottom line is NATO was there after 9/11. So, you know, we have never had a reason to go and, you know, defend NATO, a NATO country. You know, my response is that, you know, the United States has never had to go to Britain or Norway or somewhere like that and fight off the Russians or some hostile power, mainly because just the existence of NATO was a deterrent for the Soviets. It was a very effective deterrent. Now, you could argue now that there's no longer a Soviet threat, maybe it should be disbanded, but not because Trump says so. It really needs to be a reasoned out thought process. But anyway, what have they done for us? They did plenty for us during post 9/11. So eventually he goes, well, I basically go I ask him, well, name me a time that America has had to go into a NATO country and fight off an enemy power. And of course, he's didn't exist during World War I or World War II. So what are you talking about? So he responds, well, why do you think NATO exists? NATO exists so we wouldn't have another World War II. That's why it exists. And I finally just tell him, look, you're struggling here. Why NATO exists has nothing to do with the original premise, which is why we need to leave NATO. And it just rambles off from there. And the reason I'm going through this is have been complaining maybe in the last couple months. People don't know how to conduct an argument. Okay, if you start off, we need to leave NATO, you need to keep sticking to that point until it's either resolved or we both agree to move on to the next topic or the next facet. Okay, why NATO exists, World War I, World War II, none of that has anything to do with why we should leave NATO. And these fucking MAGA folks, okay, the whataboutism, the just pulling in, you know, throwing the kitchen sink at an argument, I don't know, just to keep the argument going. Or I don't know why people can't just stick to the point and resolve the original issue that they're on, but it is so goddamn annoying. I don't like just going all over the place and getting away from what the original point was. I find it useless. I find it exhausting. And I wonder why people want to have all these political type arguments when they are incapable and uninformed. That's the other thing. Why do people come up and argue points that they have no research done? It's just off the top of their head or what they've heard on Fox News or what they've heard on another panel. It's just frustrating. I like a good argument, but goddamn, I don't like stupid arguments. So anyway, I'll stop whining. But the bottom line is it's like Ruthless yesterday. Dude, don't hit the panel trying to argue a point if you're not prepared. Just don't do it. Come up and talk about something I don't know about so you can teach me. That might be a better use of the panel. But coming up arguing some political point that you don't know anything about, and then when you get cornered, you want to argue around the point and through the point and near the point, but not the point. I don't find that invigorating, to be honest. So anyway, let us move on from my whining, because that's what I'm doing. Somebody bring me a good argument, please. What's up, Lord ADS? What's up, Brian? You have a good pullout game. Oh, Lord. All right, so let's see here. So there's actually not a whole lot of interesting news today, just a lot of follow-ups. So Iran warns of strong responses as Israel's attacks on Lebanon threaten ceasefire. Yeah, Israel's been going to town. So let's catch up with this.
This morning, explosions in the Middle East threatening a fragile ceasefire. As tensions play out across the region, the key sticking point is now Lebanon, which Israel has been repeatedly bombing, targeting the Iran-backed group Hezbollah.
We just hear explosions, like 3, 4, 5 explosions.
Yesterday, Israeli strikes killing at least 250 people, according to Lebanon's Ministry of Health, who says more than 1,500 have been killed since the latest fighting began. While Hezbollah has launched hundreds of rockets into Israel in support of Iran. Iran says the new Israeli strikes are a violation of the ceasefire. But Israel's prime minister insisting, quote, the temporary ceasefire with Iran will not include Hezbollah, and we will continue to hit it hard. The U.S. agreeing.
I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't.
But Iran's foreign minister saying, quote, the U.S. must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. With control of the Strait of Hormuz in the balance, Iran continuing to restrict traffic there, which has been driving up global oil prices, saying it may have put anti-shipping mines in the strait and recommending alternative routes as the world waits to see if the ceasefire lasts.
And Israel's attacks on Lebanon are continuing this morning. Lebanese state media is saying that 10 people were killed in Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon. Craig?
Matt Bradley starting us off there in Tel Aviv. Matt, thank you.
This morning.
Okay, so to follow up, who says Israel will begin direct talks with Lebanon, focused on disarming Hezbollah. So that's where we are now. So I don't know. I guess this was bound to happen, but following up, in ceasefire news, this headline was rather disturbing. Army survivors of deadly attack, U.S. Army survivors of deadly attack in Kuwait dispute Pentagon's account, say unit was unprepared to defend itself. Now that is disturbing news. So let's hear about this.
Now to a CBS News exclusive with a soldier who survived the deadliest Iranian attack on Americans since the war began. We are seeing the aftermath here for the very first time. It happened at a command post in Kuwait on the very first day of the war. 6 people died at that time, and that soldier spoke to our own Jonah Kaplan. He says that Army leadership knew the attack was possible, but failed to prepare for it. So we agreed to hide his identity because he is speaking without the military's permission.
There was almost nothing left, only charred debris from this outpost in Kuwait for the Army's 103rd Sustainment Command. This is the first time any evidence of the damage on the ground has been shown publicly.
Everything shook, and it's something like what you see in the movies. You know, everything, your ears are ringing. You know, there's dust and smoke everywhere.
This U.S. soldier was part of a crew of about 60 troops stationed at the installation, tasked with managing the movement of equipment, munitions, and personnel across the Middle East. We are putting you in shadow, but there's still a risk for you speaking that you could be identified. Why do you want to take that chance?
For me, I think telling the truth is important.
His unit's leadership ordered them to move to the post ahead of the war. And he says they did that despite intelligence showing it was on a list of potential Iranian drone targets.
We moved closer to Iran, to a deeply unsafe area that was a known target.
So what was the reason that you were told for why you needed to be there?
I don't think there was a good reason ever articulated.
The attack was Iran's deadliest strike against the U.S. in 5 weeks of war, killing 6 American soldiers and injuring dozens more. Were these deaths preventable?
In my opinion, absolutely yes.
Something else the soldier wanted to share, the bravery and heroism of the surviving soldiers, many of whom triaged each other and drove themselves to local hospitals.
Just shrapnel all over. So folks are bleeding from their abdomen, bleeding from their arms, bleeding from their legs.
This was a direct hit.
Yeah, 100%.
The day after the attack, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called the Iranian drone a squirter that got through the Army's air defenses.
It happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but these are powerful weapons.
What fortifications existed there?
I mean, I would put it in the none category from a drone defense capability.
None. There were no fortifications.
None.
What you're describing could be very painful for a lot of the families of the fallen heroes, for a lot of the families of the injured.
I'm very sad for their loss, and it's something I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. But I'm also immensely proud of them and their sacrifice, and the family should be too.
A Pentagon spokesperson declined comment on the soldiers' claims, citing an active investigation. Regarding, though, the attack, previously the Pentagon has said it took all measures to protect the soldiers there. Meanwhile, all of those injured soldiers, most of them are back in the U.S. recuperating from their injuries. They've got physical wounds and emotional scars. Nate.
Jonah, thank you. Wow, so many questions.
No, Jonah asked exactly what I was, voiced what I was thinking, how hard it would be for the families to hear
for sure
that this could have been prevented. That's very difficult.
Yeah, and our hearts go out to those families.
Right.
And also thank you to our soldiers, of course.
We are continuing. All right. Well, in more post ceasefire news, Iran tries to clear up why ships are not passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Listen to what I just said. Ships are not passing through the Strait of Hormuz. So I'll just read it. Iran attempted to clear up why ships have refrained from passing through the Strait of Hormuz, claiming the danger of mines made travel without the coordination of Iran's military hazardous. Let me just talk about that. So there are mines, at least according to Iran, the Straits of Hormuz are mined, and there are basically navigation instructions to avoid the minefields. So I guess that's how they're going to get their $2 million. You want to get through this minefield, you want a safe path, give us $2 million and we will pilot you through it. This is one hell of a ceasefire. Iran for the win. Iran for the win. Only 4 ships passed through the strait in the first 24 hours of the ceasefire. None of them oil or gas tankers. And passage stopped altogether after Israel launched airstrikes against Lebanon. Some media channels connected to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claimed the strait was fully closed. Tehran contradicted this, saying the waterway is open, though traffic was slow due to the danger from mines. This is a win, folks. This is not a MAGA win that that I'm describing. Oh yeah, of course, Palomino. Everything I said is supporting this, dude. I'm just reporting from the news. Where are you getting I support this from? I think what it is, you like 12th man, shit you don't like to hear, you're just windmilling, pretending that I'm supporting this. I'm reporting the news, son. And what MAGA is saying about Trump wins doesn't sound like a win. What does that have to do with me supporting it? Once again, you fail. Your rhetoric class, you must have skipped that day. Me reporting the news is not tacit approval of what the news is telling us. So hopefully that makes sense to you. All right, well, let's move on. GOP blocks Democrats' attempt to limit Trump's Iran war powers. Well, that's no surprise. On Thursday, today, House Democrats attempted to pass a resolution halting President Donald Trump's military action in Iran, but Republican presiding lawmaker Representative Chris Smith blocked the measure by gaveling out the pro forma session without calling for a vote. He just closed up shop. The legislative push followed President Trump's Tuesday warning that a whole civilization will die unless Tehran reopens all of this ceasefire stuff went through Pakistan. Protesting the procedural obstruction, Democrats shouted shame, while Representative Glenn Ivey argued Congress needs to consider this, emphasizing that the American people have not authorized the current military path. So, apparently the Democrats are also doing something, I guess working on a resolution regarding the 25th Amendment. Jamie Raskin is set to host a virtual briefing on Friday as some lawmakers call for the cabinet to remove the president. Hopefully that virtual briefing is online. I would love to tune into that. So Senate Democrats plan to escalate the legislative battle next week by forcing a vote on their own war powers resolution, aiming to bypass House obstruction and require congressional approval for future military operations. I can tell you right now, that's not going to fly. All right, let's see. What have we have here? You literally said Iran FTW with pride. Yeah. Iran for the win. They are winning. Trump is not winning. And again, that's not supporting Iran. That's basically saying that MAGA is not winning. And I am kind of, if I'm celebrating anything, it's that MAGA is going to lose come fall because they don't know how to conduct a military operation. So let us move on. This is from Market Watch. Inflation was getting worse before Iran war. PCE price increases show how much. So it says here, Shortly before the start of the Iran war, a key measure of U.S. inflation rose at an excessive pace for the third month in a row, underscoring the latest challenge facing the Federal Reserve as it tries to squelch stubborn price pressures. The Personal Consumption Price Index, the Fed's preferred price gauge, rose by 0.4%, matching the forecast of economists. A narrower measure of inflation that omits food and energy costs, known as core PCE, also rose 0.4%. So anyone who's talking about inflation being in check, this war is not helping matters, especially with fuel going up. And just so you know, when you get your groceries delivered, or grocery stores restock their shelves, all that stuff, all those deliveries, those trucks need fuel. So as gas goes up, so do prices for items downstream of gas. So again, this is not MAGA winning. This is a slight change of pace. U.S. pushes allies to chase a new terrorism target, the far left. The Trump administration aims to deploy counterterrorism tools against far left groups, even as it has offered little evidence they present a dire threat. Well, they just need something to distract the press. Oh, apparently. So let's listen to a little bit of this.
U.S. pushes allies to chase a new terrorism target, the far left. This article is by Jack Nickus, Alan Fewer, Martina Steves Gridniff, Edward Wong, and Jim Tankersley, and read by an automated voice. When senior Western officials met in Ottawa last month to discuss potential terrorism threats in light of the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, a top State Department counterterrorism official delivered an unexpected message. The United States was as concerned as always about Islamist terrorism, said the official, Monica A. Jacobson, according to a copy of her prepared remarks reviewed by the New York Times and 3 officials briefed on the meeting. But she told her counterparts from Europe, Canada, and Australia, the Trump administration also wanted more attention on what it believed was an insidious, underestimated threat, the far left. Western governments must combat Antifa and far-left terrorism, Ms. Jacobson's prepared remarks asserted, casting the effort as an evolution in counterterrorism following the global war on terror. Her prepared speech defined far-left terrorism to include threats from communists, Marxists, anarchists, anti-capitalists, and those with eco-extremist and other self-identified anti-fascist ideologies. It is important to recognize their actions as political terrorism rather than mere protest or criminality, said her prepared remarks, though it was unclear if she delivered them exactly as written. As evidence, the speech pointed to left-wing protesters who had recently clashed with the police in Italy. Ms. Jacobson's appeals were part of a sweeping new effort by the White House to press foreign governments and embassies abroad to join its fight against what it calls far-left terrorists. The Trump administration is deploying its global counterterrorism machine against far-left movements like Antifa, shorthand for anti-fascist, despite offering little evidence they present a dire threat to U.S. citizens. This article is based on internal State Department documents and interviews with current and former U.S. officials, as well as officials in foreign governments that were asked to aid the effort, all of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive security issues and closed meetings. A leader of the initiative is Sebastian Gorka, the senior counterterrorism director on President Trump's National Security Council. He has pushed to designate more far-left groups abroad as terrorist organizations, to pressure foreign allies to investigate the groups and to search for connections between them and Americans. In November, the State Department took the first major step in the strategy by designating 4 leftist groups in Europe, 2 in Greece, 1 in Germany, and another in Italy, as terrorist organizations. None of the groups has been known to have plotted attacks on Americans in the past decade, which is usually a criterion for such a designation. Although the designation...
Let me make a point here, and I kind of commented towards this yesterday. Trump has taken a marked interest in foreign policy and what's going on in Europe and apparently the Middle East. He is pretty much ignoring what's going on here in this country. Um, and it is going to come back and bite the Democrats. It has been a maxim, a political maxim in the United States that voters do not care about foreign policy. They care about the economy. You know, the old, it's the economy, stupid. And this economy is getting away from Trump. Somebody's telling Trump that, hey, if the stock market is doing good, the economy's doing good, and he should know better than this. He should know that the stock market is not an indicator. It's not a leading indicator for the U.S. economy. But hey, again, you know, to Palomino's point, hey, Trump is losing on the economy too. By the time he realizes it, it's going to be fucking too late. So, yeah, I'm a bit smug right now. I hear people talking about, you know, MAGA is winning, and I'm watching them lose. MAGA is losing on a bunch of different fronts. When you got Tucker Carlson, you know, chastising you for what you did that was unchristian on Easter Sunday, when not 2 years ago he was calling Trump daddy, daddy's home, you know, daddy's gonna instill discipline on the children who I guess are the left. Yeah. Yeah, I'm having a good time. I am actually enjoying reading the news here the past, well, month. The left is far more dangerous than Islamists. I have all I have to say is, you know, the leftists in Italy or Greece are an Italy or Greece problem, not the president of the United States' problem. None of these organizations so far have presented any threat to the United States. So I don't know what to say. I talked yesterday about two basically Islamists who had a terrorist attack foiled, mainly because they were inept, but they were talking about wanting to kill 60 people. This is right in New York City, not too far from the mayor's residence. That's what we need to be worried about, especially since we're in a war with an Islamist theocratic sort of enemy. But anyway, I don't know. I don't know what Trump's fascination with all this foreign stuff is, other than he is obviously, I honestly think that he's having some old man issues. He is kind of wandering off in these weird directions. And I think we're in Biden territory. You know, the MAGA folks, when Biden was in office, talking about, hey, you know, who's really running the country, et cetera, et cetera. Telling you right now, Trump right now is in Biden country. And I'm usually slow to say this. I don't want to think that the president is not you know, doesn't have a firm hand on the tiller, but I'm seeing way too much of Hegseth. I'm seeing way too much of Scott Bessent. I am not getting a warm and fuzzy that Trump is actually in full control of his faculties. this tweeting out that Easter tweet was insane. I do not think Trump is in full control. No president in his right mind would ever be using the F word and pray. What is it? What was it? All praise to Allah. Why the hell was he? What is he talking about? Allah? That did not sound like the social media post from anyone who is in full control of his emotions. I think he's lashing out. And sometimes dementia will do that to you. You kind of lose your temper. I think Trump is the MAGA version of Biden right now. What's up, Mella? So once again, another temper tantrum, apparently. Pentagon Vatican meeting, latest flashpoint in Trump's clash with religious leaders. So all of a sudden, all these religious leaders who were pro-Trump are kind of, quote, clashing. And I'll remind you that the vice president is a Catholic convert. So let's see. What does this say? On April 8th, Vice President J.D. Vance stood in front of Air Force Two in Budapest and was confronted with the latest chapter in an emerging global drama, rising tensions between the U.S. military and religious leaders. Standing on the tarmac in Hungary, where the vice president spoke at an electoral rally for the country's president, Viktor Orban, Vance was asked by a reporter about a Free Press article that had been rapidly spreading online. By the way, Free Press is what's her name? The lady who's running CBS. Damn it, what's her name? Man, this age thing where I have a name on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, Free Press is basically a MAGA, a right-wing paper, right-wing organization. So in response, let's see. The report, which cites unnamed Vatican officials, alleges military leaders invited then Apostolic Nuncio to the U.S., Cardinal Christophe Pierre, to the Pentagon for a meeting in January. The cleric was, according to the Free Press, reportedly dressed down by officials who insisted the Catholic Church take the U.S. government's side in military matters. I think the Apostolic Nuncio to the U.S. is basically the Vatican's ambassador to the U.S. In response, Vance initially said he did not know who Pierre was before reversing course after being reminded of the cleric's former role as nuncio. The vice president then explained he had not seen the report and wanted to speak with Pierre, who resigned his nuncio post in March, and administration officials to discern what actually happened before commenting further. So basically, Trump is mad at the Vatican. Apparently, he expects this American-born Pope to be MAGA. So what is this? Who's Oh, Melania. I knew she spoke today. I haven't really paid much attention. I know it was denying Epstein, like she was a victim of Epstein and something or another. Why Melania is speaking at all on the topic is beyond me. She's the first lady. Who really cares? So anyway, the Catholic Church and Pete Hegseth are in a little tiff. I just don't get it. I don't understand why all this weird stuff is happening. So let's talk. Let's shift gears here. There's plenty of weird news about this administration. So, White House secures foreign steel for ballroom project. ArcelorMittal or Mittal, a European steelmaker, is donating tens of millions of dollars of foreign steel for President Trump's new ballroom. Why is he using why how is that America first? Oh man.
White House secures foreign steel for ballroom project. This article is by Anna Swanson and Luke Broadwater and read by an automated voice. President Trump has championed the U.S. steel industry, promising to strengthen it and to impose stiff tariffs on foreign metals to shield manufacturers from overseas competitors. Yet the White House has secured tens of millions of dollars worth of donated foreign steel for Mr. Trump's $400 million ballroom project, according to two people familiar with the plans who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive and private conversations. ArcelorMittal, a Luxembourg-based firm that is the world's second-largest steel maker, is providing steel for the structure of the ballroom project, the people said. They said the steel was produced in Europe, where the bulk of ArcelorMittal's production is concentrated. The White House has not disclosed details of the donation, but Mr. Trump said last October that he had been offered a donation of steel for the ballroom valued at $37 million. The president's comments came just days before the White House made adjustments to its tariffs that could benefit ArcelorMittal by cutting in half the tariffs applied to exports of automotive steel from its Canadian plant. Mr. Trump has boasted that taxpayers are not on the hook for building his ballroom, the cost of which has risen by 100%, according to the president's own estimates. But the use of foreign steel for a ballroom, built at the most recognizable building in the United States, may anger domestic companies and unions that are trying to promote the U.S. industry. The president has said that he already raised the money steel and air conditioning for the structure. He identified Carrier, a U.S. company, as the donor behind the air conditioning, but did not say which business would provide the steel. The White House has made public the names of some donors to the project, but has allowed others to remain secret. ArcelorMittal declined to comment. Davis Engel, a White House spokesman, said that Mr. Trump was making the White House beautiful and giving it the glory it deserves at no cost to the taxpayer, something everyone should celebrate. He added, only people with a severe case of Trump derangement syndrome would find a problem with that. Mr. Trump spoke about the donated steel at a White House event last October for wealthy donors to the ballroom, saying a great steel company had approached him seeking to give him a gift to facilitate the project. He said, "Sir, I'd like to donate the steel for your ballroom," Mr. Trump told the crowd. I said, "Whoa, that's nice." And I found out, how much is the steel? I called the contractor. "Sir, it's down for $37 million. I said, "This is a nice donation, right?" Mr. Trump described the metal as great steel as opposed to garbage steel because they dump a lot of garbage around. You know, steel is like everything else, including human beings. Steel could be high quality and it can be low quality. He wants to make sure it's high quality. 2 days after the remarks, the White House issued a lengthy and legalistic proclamation with a provision that would benefit ArcelorMittal. The document made various adjustments to tariffs on trucks, buses, and auto parts. The proclamation contained a provision authorizing Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, to reduce by up to half the tariffs for aluminum or steel producers that operate facilities in Canada or Mexico and supply U.S. makers of cars or trucks. The adjustments would be limited to quantities of aluminum or steel equal to newly committed United States production capacity as determined by the Secretary, the document said. ArcelorMittal makes automotive steel in Canada that is exported to the United States. The company also committed last year to expanding a facility in Alabama, which could help it qualify for the provision. A White House official who declined to be named because he was not authorized to speak publicly on the subject pushed back on the idea that there was any connection between a donation and the tariff exemption, calling the link tenuous. Neither ArcelorMittal nor any other company had yet received the tariff exemption that was outlined in the proclamation, the official said, adding that the provision would benefit other steel companies too. Reviving the steel industry has been a focus of Mr. Trump's trade policies. The president first imposed a 25% tariff on foreign steel in 2018. Last June, he doubled it to 50%, an effort to block foreign metals from the U.S. market and encourage more domestic production.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it there. The gist of this is, why is the president of the United States tearing down the East Wing of the White House and using foreign-made steel to build his ballroom? Why is that? Can someone who is a Trump voter in my chat tell me why Mr. America First is buying foreign steel? MAGA is not winning. This has been a bad week for the MAGA movement. So let us move on. So apparently Trump wants all these people deported, but he's purging immigration judges to speed up deportations. So apparently judges are ordering an unprecedented number of people deported after coming under significant pressure from the administration to do so or risk losing their jobs. So basically, if they, maybe he's put quotas on them, but they should be hiring immigration judges, not firing immigration judges. But once again, these people are not the brightest bulbs on the White House Christmas tree. They just, I don't know what they're thinking. You know, you want these judges to stay and you want to hire more of them if your goal is to deport a bunch of people. But it's MAGA logic. So I don't know if you all remember, there was this incident in New York City where a cop threw an ice chest or something at somebody, and it wound up killing them. You know, it was one of these things where, you know, you wouldn't think an ice chest upside the head would like lead to a fatality, but indeed that's what happened. So this police officer, former police officer now, I think I saw 3 years he's been convicted. So let's hear about that.
Former sergeant faces years in prison after throwing cooler at Bronx man. This article is by Chelsea Rose Marquius, Harubi Miko, and Maria Kramer, and read by an automated voice. It has been nearly 2 months since a police sergeant was convicted of killing a Bronx man after he knocked him off a speeding motorbike with a red cooler during a botched police operation in 2023. The verdict made Eric Duran, 38, the first New York Police Department officer in a decade to be found guilty of killing a civilian while on duty. He was then immediately fired, and an activist has called him a cold-blooded murderer for the death of the man, Eric Dupree, 30. Mr. Duran's former colleagues have gathered thousands of signatures asking for probation, even though by law the maximum sentence is 15 years in prison. The defense is also asking for no prison time, while prosecutors plan to recommend 3 to 9 years. A lawyer for the family of Mr. Dupree, an Uber delivery man with 3 children, has said that no prison sentence could serve as a remedy for their loved one's killing. On Thursday, Judge Guy H. Mitchell will sentence Mr. Duran, who has been out on bail and with his family since the conviction, on February 6. When asked in an interview this week what he would like to say to Mr. Dupree's family at his sentencing, Mr. Duran said he would rather they hear the words directly from him in court. Mr. Dupree's mother, Gretchen Soto, will also be in the court on Thursday when she plans to speak. His partner, Pearl Velez, with whom he shared 2 children, has been praying that the judge won't let her down, said Chivona Newsom, a co-founder of the New York chapter of Black Lives Matter, who has supported Mr. Dupree's family since he was killed. Mr. Duran has maintained that he was protecting other officers from Mr. Dupree on August 23, 2023, when he threw a red igloo cooler at him. Mr. Duran was leading an undercover operation when the officers said they saw Mr. Dupree hand an officer $20 worth of cocaine. Mr. Dupree jumped on a motorbike and sped away towards several officers and a woman standing on the sidewalk. Mr. Duran grabbed a cooler filled with ice, soda, juice, and water and hurled it at Mr. Dupree. It struck him on the arm, causing him to lose control of the motorbike as he careened off the sidewalk and hit a tree and a parked Jeep. I immediately ran up to him, Mr. Duran said during the interview. I rendered aid as soon as I could. I had him in my arms. Mr. Duran said he turned Mr. Dupree over and saw blood on his head. I couldn't believe it, he said. Mr. Duran said he was crushed to be convicted of second-degree manslaughter in Mr. Dupree's death. I'm still in shock, he said during the interview on Tuesday. The last officer to be convicted at trial in the death of a civilian was Peter Liang, who was found guilty in 2016 of manslaughter in the shooting death of Akai Gurley in Brooklyn. Mr. Liang received probation. Jonathan Roberts, a lawyer representing the Dupree family, said his loved ones continue to carry the immense weight of an unimaginable loss, one that no sentence can truly remedy. The family hopes the court will impose a sentence that reflects the gravity of this act and affirms the seriousness of the harm caused, he said. Mr. Roberts said that when Ms. Soto speaks in court, she intends to talk about the son she lost, rather than condemn Mr. Duran. The former police sergeant said he is leaning on the support of his family and former colleagues. Since his conviction, dozens of people have submitted letters to the judge. A petition by the Sergeants Benevolent Association has garnered more than 11,000 signatures, including about 7,200 from people who work at the police department. He also has added a new lawyer for his legal team, Arthur L. Adala. In 2024, Mr. Adala won an appeal that overturned the felony sex crimes conviction of the disgraced Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein. On Tuesday, at Mr. Adala's office in Midtown Manhattan, Mr. Duran pulled a gold medallion out of his wallet. He said it was blessed at his grandmother's church in Ecuador. Next to it was a prayer card with a picture of Our Lady of Guadalupe, a gift from his mother. He said he will have both of those objects with him when he is sentenced. Mr. Duran said he has spent the time since his conviction thinking back to his childhood. He grew up in the High Bridge neighborhood of the Bronx, near the courthouse where his trial was held. He used to play basketball 2 blocks away from it. He married his wife in the courthouse next door. They have 3 children. The son of Ecuadorian immigrants, Mr. Duran joined the police department in 2010 and briefly worked in the 44th precinct, where he was raised, before he was transferred to another Bronx precinct. Later on, he worked with domestic violence victims. In 2018, he returned to the 44th precinct. I wanted to go back home, he said. Now, he faces the possibility of incarceration, an outcome Ms. Newsom, the activist, said he deserves. Real justice would be him missing 15 birthdays with his children, she said. But for Mr. Dupree's mother, there is little consolation in knowing that Mr. Duran may be sent away, Mr. Roberts, her lawyer, said. His life is ruined, as it should be, because he took her son's life, he said. She hopes that he goes to jail, but she knows it's not going to bring her son back.
Yeah, I guess my only reaction is maybe he saw too many cop shows on TV. I would never think to throw a cooler full of ice and sodas at someone fleeing on a motorcycle. That is cop action show worthy. Let's see, except they don't die in those types of shows. All right, so staying with New York, Mom Donnie acknowledges troubling job losses in his 100 Days interview. He's coming up on 100 Days in office. Mayor Zoran Mamdani is focused on economic justice. Some budget watchdogs and business leaders want him to concentrate on economic development.
Mamdani acknowledges troubling job losses in 100 Days interview. This article is by Sally Goldenberg and Dana Stein and read by an automated voice. In the face of worrisome job numbers, Mayor Zoran Mamdani on Wednesday acknowledged that New York City is facing a difficult labor market, even as he insisted that he is optimistic about certain economic trends. Asked if the city was facing a jobs crisis, Mr. Mamdani said, "I think we are facing some troubling numbers. But I am incredibly heartened by what we've also seen at the same time," he added. "We're seeing the highest demand for Manhattan office space in over a decade." Mr. Mamdani made his remarks during a wide-ranging interview with the New York Times on Wednesday at City Hall, ahead of his 100th day in office on Friday. The uncertain economy and New York City's loss of private sector jobs are among the more serious problems facing the Democratic Socialist mayor, who campaigned on making the city a more affordable place for people struggling to get by. Many of the levers that mayors can use to help generate economic growth, tax breaks and other perks to lure corporations here, are an uncomfortable fit with Mr. Mamdani's stated political values. That tension was brought into stark relief last week, when the New York State Department of Labor released statistics showing the city lost 19,500 private sector jobs last year. Those numbers, part of a trend that predated Mr. Mamdani's mayoralty, stood in contrast to other areas of the state that enjoyed job growth. Last August, job growth in New York City fell to its slowest pace since 2003, with the exception of the pandemic and the Great Recession. Still, 3 months into his mayoralty, Mr. Mamdani has yet to focus on economic development or job creation. He has not released a jobs plan or named anyone to run the city's Economic Development Corporation, and his administration has suggested shifting the corporation's focus toward affordability and workers' rights. While every 21st century mayor in New York City has had a deputy mayor with economic development in the title, Mr. Mamdani has instead chosen to name a deputy mayor for economic justice. We know that there's a focus on economic justice, but we still don't know the mayor's approach to grow jobs and to invest in the basic infrastructure, said Andrew Rain, president of the Citizens Budget Commission, a fiscal watchdog. When asked about his job creation strategy, Mr. Mamdani often points to his plans to provide more free childcare as something that will attract companies to the city. He also has pinned hopes on the economic advantages of the World Cup, part of which will be hosted across the river in New Jersey in June and July. He sounded both notes on Wednesday. We've seen studies that have estimated that the city lost more than $20 billion in economic activity a few years ago because of the absence of this childcare, Mr. Mamdani said in the interview. He described the upcoming World Cup as a multi-billion-dollar economic opportunity. Mr. Mamdani wants to fund his childcare expansion with higher taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations. Both would require consent from lawmakers in Albany. And in the face of an outcry from Wall Street, it is far from clear that the governor and legislature will approve the tax increases. Business leaders who opposed Mr. Mamdani's candidacy have seized on the weakening jobs numbers as evidence that Mr. Mamdani's proposed tax policies would endanger the city's economic health. In his annual letter to shareholders, the J.P. Morgan Chase chief executive, Jamie Dimon, warned that taxes in New York are already oppressive. His bank already employs more people in Texas than it does in New York City, and no city or company or country has a divine right to success. Budget analysts are also voicing concern over these pictures. Bond agencies have warned potentially lowering these debt ratings. New York City Controller Mark Levine, a fellow Democrat, said on Monday that he worries that by neglecting a growth agenda, the city will end up without sufficient revenue. It used to be every time a big office opened in New York City, Ed Koch would go to the ribbon cutting. He added, part of it is just messaging and rhetorical. James Whalen, president of the Real Estate Board of New York, lamented the mayor's relationship with business leaders, saying, it would be great to have someone in place whom the business community could reach out to. On Wednesday, Mr. Mamdani said he did speak to leaders on Wall Street, but declined to name any. Some of the conversations are premised on the fact that they're private, Mr. Mamdani said. The mayor, who readily emphasizes workers' rights, has empowered his Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. Its commissioner makes little secret of the fervor with which he is going after companies he sees as bad faith actors. Asked in a recent interview how he would respond to concerns that his aggressive agenda will deter economic growth, the commissioner, Sam Levine, replied, "I don't see it as a trade-off. I want jobs to grow," Mr. Levine added. "I want industry to thrive in New York, but everyone has to play by the rules." During the interview, Mr. Mamdani also distanced himself from his proposal to increase property taxes in New York City, a proposal that enraged Black political leaders in Queens and the many homeowners they represent. "We are continuing to work every day to ensure that it's off the table," Mr. Mamdani said.
Big Dog, aren't you from New York City? And my question is, do you have any comments on the this cop that got convicted for throwing an ice chest at a perp, and or any comments on Mamdani and jobs, or just his first 100 days in office? If you're still out there, curious to know. All right, so folks, that's pretty much all the news articles I found interesting. So I've got some videos, mainly around Trump, MAGA, and conservatism. Won't be a long show, at least as planned. So if you're new to the show, please like, especially share and subscribe. Check us out. A lot of politics here, especially during the week. This Saturday, by the way, someone, it's my time, put me up to, hey, let Stanley makes everyone feel good day this Saturday. So Stanley is going to try and uplift the world by being lighthearted and fancy free. I'm going to try it. Let's see how it works out. So basically, support the Saturday show by supporting the host. Cash App is in the crawl at the bottom of the screen. And then, we do have the monthly bills for newspaper subscriptions and the usual YouTube subscriptions and premium and StreamYard and all that stuff. So donations and or investment in the Sovereign Beer Fund, it's all welcome, especially now that tomorrow's Friday and we got to gear up for a fun Saturday that is uplifting. So, what is next? My buddy Tad Sturmer, my third favorite male historian, draining the lifeblood of history, Trump's assault on the evidence of now. Got to hear this.
One of the strangest things people keep saying right now is that history will judge Donald Trump. Will it? Probably not. Certainly not if you don't do something about it. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm a public historian and the author of A Resistance History of the United States. You can hear it all over the Iran catastrophe right now. Trump threatened that a whole civilization will die tonight a few days ago. Legal experts warned that threats against Iran's power plants and bridges could amount to war crimes. Pope Leo called the threat truly unacceptable. Democrats lurched back toward war powers limits, impeachment talk, and the 25th Amendment. And over all of it, right on cue, came the comfort line. History will judge. The Atlantic, because, the Atlantic, even framed the war that way, saying history will judge Trump by what the war leaves behind. Now, it sounds awfully serious, but most of the time, it's just an escape hatch. It's a kind of dodge. Because Trump's not waiting around for some future moral tribunal. He's trying to do what men like him always do. He's trying to make his version the only version. His story, his reality, his history. his assertions, repeated so often and with so much force and so little grammar, that everyone else has to live inside it, has to deal with it, has to abide by its terms. That's what the lies are for. Not just to deceive, to dominate, to wear down the ground truth until people are too exhausted to defend it. Now, Thomas Jefferson understood this problem better than most people quoting him usually do. John Adams asked him who could ever write the history of the American Revolution. Jefferson answered, nobody. The revolution would never be known except for its external facts. Why? Because the Continental Congress had done its real work behind closed doors, and no one, as far as he could remember, had preserved any notes of its councils, its designs, its discussions. Those missing primary sources were, in his words, the life and soul of history. The past was not somehow permanently unknowable in some lame philosophical sense. The sources just were not there. Without them, others could invent what mattered and ignore what did not suit him. John Adams saw the consequences immediately. He warned Benjamin Rush that the history of the revolution was already one continued lie from one end to the other. They're not talking about mystery. They're talking about evidence, about what happens when the truth is not there in full force to defend itself against people who want to twist it. Now, Trump, he's not counting on history to judge him later. He's counting on the truth being weak later. He's counting on missing paper, blurred memory, institutional cowardice, and the very familiar American appetite for a usable story. He's counting on enough confusion that later people will say we cannot really know, or that everyone exaggerated, or the truth is just too tangled to sort out. Look at the fights already happening. While people say history will judge him, this regime's Justice Department is arguing that presidential records do not have to be preserved merely for the sake of posterity. Historians are in court over that right now. A man trying to monopolize the story later does not leave the paper trail alone right now. And we already know how well that works in American history. Jefferson himself is part of that lesson. Notes on the State of Virginia, his only full-length book, was never intended to be printed for the public, only to circulate in private. And written not long after the Declaration of Independence, it laid down what he really thought about all men being created equal. All men, all white men, all European white men, certainly not black people, and certainly not Native Americans. Jefferson wanted the truth about Sally Hemings, too, to be erased, so it could be denied for generations by people who needed the sage of Monticello's moral legacy intact. DNA evidence didn't create the truth. It just made the denial harder to sustain. Ask Annette Gordon-Reed what power plus myth can do to evidence sitting in plain sight. So when people say history will judge Trump, what they're really doing is outsourcing the work. They're imagining that time itself will clean up what they're unwilling or unable to force into the open now. Time does not clean things up. It covers them over. It rewards whoever has already shaped the story, weakened the record, and exhausted the opposition. And that's why truth right now is a matter of resistance. Seeking it is resistance. Preserving it is resistance. Making sure the life and blood of this history is there for other people to see is resistance. And that means resisting the euphemisms, keeping the documents, protecting the witnesses, repeating, reposting, supporting the plain words, refusing the manufactured confusion, refusing the softening that turns every abuse into a misunderstanding and every lie into a debate with some MAGA yahoo on social media. Because that's what Trump's actually trying to win. Not just the next headline, not just.
I like that. I'm going to have to use it. MAGA Yahoo. So it's MAGA blacks and they're MAGA Yahoos. Got it. Yeah, I like that.
The next vote. The reality everyone else has to inhabit now and in the future. And in that future in which his assertions, embellished and repeated, are what people remember because the truth was not defended hard enough when it still could be. He's not need everyone to believe him. I doubt he cares. He just needs the truth to be tired. He needs the evidence scattered. He needs the institution soft. And he needs later people to inherit a story already bent out of shape. And that's why history will judge Trump is such a useless thing to say. It gives away the whole fight. It treats posterity like a plan. It asks the future to do what the present is refusing to do. Trump is trying to make his lie the history. The work is to make sure he fails. To say it now, to keep it now, to force it into the record now, so that later, even his bludgeon is not enough to bury what happened. There's more than this on Substack and in my books, folks. But for now, that's all I got. LLC.
All right. Well, that was interesting. And we have more left-wing stuff. This is a conversation that Jason Stanley and my would-be wife Nicole Hannah Jones had recently. It's at a Penn America, some of, I don't know what this is, in New York City. So definitely want to hear this.
Good evening. I know we're in a church, but you have to be enthusiastic to talk about fascism tonight. I know you are. I know that's why you came. So let's act like we're really excited to talk about the destruction of America. Okay. So really, really excited to be here with my friend Jason Stanley, whose work has done so much to help me contextualize this moment, these moments that we're living in. If you haven't read his works, hopefully you bought out all the books in the bag, but really, really honored that you asked me to speak with you today. So I thought, Jason and I were talking backstage. I was completely unprepared. I didn't have any questions written out, which is not like me. So we were trying to talk about how should we start. And we thought we might start with our own origin story before we got into the deeper discussion. So do you want to start now? I'll fill in.
Yeah. Hello. I'll start. So Nicole and I were invited to be the keynotes at the Sao Paulo Literary Festival. And I had to meet the work that I was doing. I've known your positionality in this historical moment. So which has changed over time. It's been central. So now the date was, we were supposed to fly March 9th, 2020. I'm not sure if you can. So I was like, well, maybe I'll back out. And but Nicole had already decided to go. She's like, I'm not backing out. So
wait, he slid into my DMs. Let's be honest. He slid into my DMs and he's like, I'm your we're both going to be here. Are you going? And I was like, I'm going to Brazil. I don't care what's happening. And he's like, oh, I'm not sure. So it was like, days of us like going back and forth. And then I started to wonder, like, should I be more worried? Like, but we ultimately.
We went, we arrived March 12th, I believe, 2020. When we got to Brazil, everyone was like, wow, I heard something weird is happening in the United States. And people were they kiss you on 3 sides in Brazil. Yes. And then I said to Nicole, well, let's meet for a drink and let's talk. So we sit down, I meet her at the bar of the hotel, and she looks at me and she said, okay, I have a question. Why fascism? Why not just good old American racism? And that began a very lengthy conversation.
Yes, I'm now convinced. I was still skeptical that night, but now that yes, I'm convinced. I should also say I literally like traveled with like some hand sanitizer. I thought that was my preparation, and they ended up sending us home because like I think my event they only let 50 people in.
Right, for both of our events,
yes.
They cut them down from 250 to. But remember the legendary night we went out till 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And drank like 7 bottles of cachaça.
Well, I
surrounded.
We thought alcohol would cure whatever it was. I remember though when I was on stage and like was checking my phone and they announced that they were canceling the entire NBA season over one COVID test. And that's when I was like, shit, sorry, Lord. Thank God I'm not on the altar. That's when I knew it was serious. But we say that in jest. We come back and like the very next day they shut down the New York City public schools. But it's actually a great way for us to get into this conversation because of course, during this crisis leading up to it, part of the reason we didn't know how seriously to take it was because of the man who was in office at that time, who we would come to find out, of course, was trying to downplay exactly what was happening. So
and then we were headed to Brazil, where Bolsonaro was. Did you meet Patricia Campos Mello when you were there?
Yes.
So she had the heroic Brazilian journalist, and she had been attacked by Bolsonaro, and people were saying, and that week was the height of it. And she was showing me these tens of thousands of death threats and rape threats she was getting. And I was talking to my Brazilian editor. I was like, can I meet Patricia, like, you know, out on the street or in a cafe? She said, Patricia can't go out on the street. You know, I mean, she'd be chased down. Like the violence of fascism and the violence that we're seeing between Brazil and the United States now, you know, we got a real taste of that from what was happening to journalists there.
Absolutely. I went to a pro Bolsonaro rally while I was there.
Right.
We were discussing, you know, the similarities. Of course, maybe part of what you can talk about is how differently the two nations treated the person who tried to lead an insurrection and overturn democracy. But let's begin kind of with that question that I asked you. Why fascism, and how does looking through the lens of fascism help us understand what we're seeing in the country right now?
Right. So fascism is a structure. So fascism is a theoretical hypothesis that allows us to predict what's going to happen. So, for instance, you might have known people who were like, but Trump is anti-war. Now, if you understood that what we were facing was a kind of fascist dictator, then you would have understood that he's not anti-war. I mean, no fascist is anti-war. All fascists are imperialists. So the whole thing about Trump being anti-war was something that, if the hypothesis that you're facing fascism is correct, then this whole idea that this is an isolationist movement, that it's not imperialist, just falls to the wayside. So that the whole thing about how Trump was not a fascist because he's not an imperialist. Trump is not a fascist because he's not going to like create a sort of semi-official state militia. That whole structure that you were told by some of your leftist friends was just, they were just deluding themselves. So, you know, now there's a difference here. Like when one part of the question you asked, I would say now, you know, now I think, I mean, I thought that then, that Jim Crow was fascist. Obviously, we all know, I don't need to reiterate the ways in which Jim Crow, you know, I mean, America's Nuremberg laws lasted until 1967. Germany's Nuremberg laws ended in 1945. So there's all sorts of influences of the United States on Hitler, on Nazism. Hitler praises the United States in Mein Kampf as his model of the national state. But Jim Crow was a leaderless fascism. So, and that becomes an important difference between leaderless fascism in the United States and what we have now, which looks a lot more like mid-century fascism, where you've got a crazed dictator, you know, completely obsessed with, you know, becoming the most powerful, leaving his mark on, you know, history for thousands of years. So that becomes important to see that, yes, it's going to be a revival of American fascism. It's going to be the full-throated white supremacy. But we also need to see the cult of the leader element, because the cult of the leader element is explaining what you showed me right when we were just about to get on the stage, that Trump is signing his name on all bills from now on. So I think there was just a whole bunch of people that were that were just, you know, and the other thing is understanding that we're facing a global fascist movement. That becomes really important right now. Like, you're looking at, like, if you were deluded into thinking that.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, considering that all of a sudden Donald Trump is insisting that we're facing a global Antifa terrorist crisis. So it's like I think the fascist argument is more credible, um, because we actually can point them out, on our own shores, like within our borders. You can point out a lot of fascist elements to the MAGA movement. Um, that's the value of actually reading. I've read a couple of Jason Stanley's books, but I mean, you don't have to know much about. You just have to know a little bit about World War II history, especially the beginnings. The pre 1940 type stuff, like Hitler invading Poland and all that sort of stuff. Um, it is a fascinating read, when you think of some elements that sound familiar to what's been going on over Trump's 2 terms, especially the second term.
That Trump would not be pro Netanyahu. I mean, this has been the most pro Netanyahu Israeli government imaginable. So for all those things, it's like really important to, if you went into this thinking this is a fascist dictator, who's just using good old white supremacy, racial fascism to plow ahead with a fascist ideology, you'd get about 90% of what's happening right.
Yeah, I think I want to talk about a couple of things that you said. So since meeting you and since having to enter into the second Trump administration, I've read quite a bit on fascism where I had not before, and read a book called Anti-Black Fascism, which really centers Black Americans and then African and other non-white people in colonial empire as the original anti-fascists, including beginning with someone like Ida B. Wells. And if you think about, during World War II, the Double V for Victory campaign was really saying we're going to crush fascism abroad, and then we have to come home and crush fascism in the United States. But we don't like to use that terminology here, which is true about many things. Like when I call Jim Crow apartheid, people don't like to apply that term here. But there is something to naming the thing that fascism didn't actually, the term might have originated in Europe, right? But the tradition did not. So talk to me about, and I particularly would like you to speak to the lack of ability for people who would consider themselves on the left to recognize what this country is actually capable of, because I think that's a big part of how we got here. Like the people who kept dismissing, particularly Black women, but Black people in general who had a lot of clarity about where we were going and that this wasn't about the price of eggs, this was about demographic anxiety, and who were dismissed. So talk about how us not understanding the United States within that framework is actually what in many ways rendered us vulnerable to this moment.
Yeah, I mean, not trying to see everything in terms of class is
Yeah, that's an extremely interesting point, considering that Jason Stanley probably considers himself a progressive. We talked, I guess it was day before yesterday, when I was showing an interview that Brianna Joy Gray and Coleman Hughes did, where they want, the DSA types on the left, and whatever Coleman Hughes is, I consider him a MAGA Black. They want to do anything, not so much Brianna Joy Gray, but I think I might just include her. They want to minimize. That's the funny thing. A lot of people, a lot of MAGA folks have that diminishing the idea that race still plays a big part in American culture. That's a whole effect. Basically, the MAGA right and the DSA progressive left, they basically want to minimize race impacting American culture and economics, and substitute class. And it just does not work that way. Every time you ignore race in America, it comes back in a different way, shape, or form, and somebody gets killed. Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, this New York cop who threw who threw the ice chest. It just always comes back. And these people who want to be class essentialist, it does not work in American culture. We are very unique because we're not a homogenous population. We are diverse. And the other thing I want to point out, someone said earlier that I was watching, anti-diversity in a United States context is anti-democracy. And I never really, I guess I knew that, but I never really thought about it that starkly. So when you have a Donald Trump wanting to get rid of diversity, the concept of diversity, or talking about diversity, or even addressing diversity, it's anti-democratic. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, MAGA.
I understand the importance of forging connections across class. That's vital for solidarity. But not understanding the centrality of anti-Black racism to what the United States is. And here, of course, your work is that's why instantly when you started writing, it was very clear to me the importance of, your role in this history. Living in Canada, you see this. I mean, Canada had slavery, but Canada is not based on slavery. The economy is not based on slavery. It doesn't form the basis of everything as it does in the United States. It's so distinctively white supremacy is so distinctively special in our history, and so and not just our history, but mass incarceration, which was the issue that sort of occupied me for so long, because my mother was a court stenographer in Manhattan criminal court for 33 years, including during the Central Park 5 case. My mother's a Holocaust survivor who lived in Poland post-war, 45 to 48, when she was 5 to 8. And she always was like, she told me in the 80s, they're going to kill all the Black people here, which is just something she said matter-of-factly. So not understanding that, to invisibilize that, and now living outside the United States and understanding, that, while racism is a global system, the United States is sort of defined. Every single election is about racism. So to put that aside, to not is to obscure reality in a way that, if you're already obscuring that much reality, then you're going to end up saying things like it's about the price of X, and you're not going to be able to predict what's going on. All these people so surprised at what happened, that Trump, and the racism is always used to attack democracy, because democracy has to be multiracial democracy. So it has to be, so racism is always like, if you have democracy, I mean, it's all in Hitler, sorry to quote Hitler so much, as Tim Snyder once said. He lays it out. That's why he's very clear. Democracy is what enables diversity. So if you want to attack democracy, you attack diversity. That's what. So not understanding that route was just you start off, if you're not understanding the core of America, then and also I think patriarchy in the moment is something. I mean, Ida B. Wells, of course, is vital here because she is very clear. I mean, I just taught Ida B. Wells again this semester. She's very clear that patriarchy and racism cannot be disentangled. I mean, what is lynching except, it's racism and patriarchy are it's always the case that the outgroup men are dangerous, are endanger your women, and your women need to be protected, etc.
That was it?
No,
I was
I could
into
go
that.
on.
Keep going.
I mean, if you don't understand the role, we have to see the moment as a global fascist moment, but we also have to understand the specificities of each country. And we have to understand that in the United States, the role of Black people in the United States is just different than it is it's like the role of Jewish people in Poland in the 1920s and 30s. And so, I think there's this concept of a national minority, and it's a minority. It means like it's a group upon which the politics revolves. And the United States, the politics has always revolved around here's a sort of vignette that helped clarify to me. Once during Armory Arts, I was out to dinner with an Aboriginal artist, and he said, "Oh, I love he's from Australia." I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, I get treated so badly in Australia, and here I get treated so well because people think I'm Dominican and not Black." So that not understanding that aspect of America so centrally defining, and now what we have, of course, is we have the ownership of that. We're seeing that being owned. The idea a few years ago was, oh, we're going to confront, we're going to make you feel embarrassed about it. Well, now we're seeing, not right now, what we're seeing is, well, no, this is what we're going to be proud of. We're going to be proud of indigenous genocide. We're going to be proud of colonialism. We're going to be proud of slavery. We're going to be proud of white supremacy. And that's, that's not, that's where we now are.
I mean, it's actually remarkable, the switch that happened, that what was not seen as something you could say in respectable company, racial and gender ideologies that if you wanted to be a mainstream political politician, you couldn't utter, are now perfectly normalized. But I want to ask you about, this idea of that it was actually the excesses of the so-called left. The way a lot of people, white people, define left is not how I define left. A lot of people that white people consider leftist, I don't. Left on everything but Black people. But this idea that marginalized people who are pushing for their full recognition of their rights and citizenship, that was what went too far. That the fact that people who use pronouns every day, but if you change a little bit the way you want to use the pronoun, that made everybody racist and say we don't want democracy anymore. Talk about that. Talk about, I mean, this is what we know fascist regimes do, but I'm also interested as to why we're so susceptible to these things.
Right. Yeah, that's been really remarkable when, what was being said. What was being said is America has a white supremacy problem. Patriarchy, America, the world has a patriarchy problem, and everyone was like, "That that was so extreme what you were saying."
That actually reminds me of something that Big J said this morning. I was in his chat for a little bit, And he was talking about how the manosphere and red pill kind of feeds into MAGA. And I'm not so sure. I mean, of course it feeds into MAGA, but America's always been a patriarchy. In my opinion, the manosphere is just a more extreme and whinier version of what patriarchy is. The manosphere is just basically men be pretending to be victims. And, you know, some of the problem is a lot of these guys, Big J calls them excess men, which I think is just, I don't think there's such a thing. Especially in a place like America, if you're a quote excess man, some of it is because you want to be. You know, if you're going to get into pills or, you know, drugs and stuff like that, that's optional. That's not something somebody forces you to get into. You know, not everybody's going to be a billionaire, but not everybody, you know, nobody's forcing people into the gutter and forcing, you know, opioids down your throat. But anyway, I think a lot of it is a lot of the manosphere is just a victim mentality. And if you say that to some of these guys, they will deny it and all that. But hopping up on a fucking YouTube panel whining about how women are winning and how women have all the advantages and stuff like that. What is that but a victim ideology? So most in my opinion, real men don't have to think about real men being a real man. They just are. And you know, if you take a moment to sit down and think about it, I guess. But why get up on a YouTube panel? But anyway, point is I don't think the manosphere as I've witnessed it on YouTube, I don't think it feeds into MAGA. I think they're just MAGA. And if you're going to go and look at history, you know, Big J brought in Chinese history and European history. I'm like, dude, these are just a bunch of knuckleheads on YouTube. They are not historical, you know, they are not swept up in the tides of history. They need to go out and get a goddamn job or be with their families or whatever it is, you know, young men need to be doing. But you'll never convince me that the black manosphere, as I witness it on YouTube, and I realize I don't see all and know all and be all. I don't know that much about it, but from what I've seen, these aren't excess men. At least not, you know, they are not being swept up in some world historical event or some tide of history sort of thing. They're just knuckleheads who really need more direction for whatever reason or another. So patriarchy has always been a thing, at least in Western culture. So that's pretty much it. The manosphere is just patriarchy with a victim complex.
And now now you see the, you know, what's happening to trans people. What's happening is like, oh, you know, the idea that it was an exaggeration. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. In fact, I think it was, you know, the George Floyd moment, it was nowhere near naming the situation enough. Like, I think actually you were much more optimistic about I know we fight about this, but about America than I was. I was always like, wow.
This is not my talk, but I disagree. But go ahead. We were just arguing about this in text message like literally last week. I was appalled that you thought that. But go ahead.
The 1619 Project essay begins with your father raising a flag. Whereas, and I think you're absolutely right, that level of patriotism, I always found that patriotism in America not a sign. I always found patriotism and flag raising a sign of fascism. Like, you know, a healthy country is kind of like, oh yeah, we got our problems, you know, like, you know, but this whole idea that I'll get in trouble if I go a little bit further, but you're gonna do it anyway. I mean, what country goes on and on about how it's the greatest nation in the human history? That's not a good that sets you up for a very bad outcome. I mean, that's a kind of nationalism that is the basis of fascism. And so that kind of, you know, salute the flag, you know, I found it very healthy. I do not want to extol Germany, which as we're now see as it collapses back into fascism, you know, but the fact that for some decades there, Germans were very uncomfortable about raising a flag was central to the health of their democracy. So the whole structure of patriotism in the United States, the whole, you know, we're the greatest country in history, that has always, my whole life, kind of set me on edge and made me think, wow, this country, you know, obviously the facts of this country, but how do you overcome that? You know, when the only way you can fight against it, against the American fascism, is by trying to say, oh, we're the greatest country in human history and we stand for good things. Well, how about just dropping all the greatest country stuff and just be like, okay, we have a long ways to go. We're another country with, you know, we need like this thoroughgoing revision of how we speak about ourselves. And so that part of the 1619 Project, that I found this kind of, I did find a kind of optimism and faith in a kind of set of American ideals. I mean, you know, I think there are reasons for seeing it. I think the civil rights movement, I think there's a reason why everywhere in the world people talk about the civil rights movement and the Black freedom struggle in America. Minneapolis. I have 2 kids in my class that have Twin Cities hats. So, you know, it's not like the struggles in America go unnoticed in the rest of the world. So back to your original point, this whole idea that pointing out like we have some way to go, pointing out that America is sort of structured on white supremacy, that can create a backlash. You know, how can what has now been
well, I think what he, you know, before you get to the fascism point, I think it's just to basically kids are not taught humility. You know, my mother can't exactly say what she used to tell me and my sister, act like you're used to something. You know, you don't have to go out and brag about, you know, what you've got or, you know, this, that, or the other. You know, there is such a thing as humility. You know, rich people, you know, you'll hear it said that, you know, like really rich people, they never go out and get all flashy and, you know, that sort of thing. Well, you know, Americans tend to be flashy, you know, with the flag and the, you know, America do or die and, you know, writing the songs. Americans need to act like they're used to something. So, I don't think it's necessarily fascist to, to have a flag on everything you own, but it is strange. And, half the people who are all America right or wrong don't know shit about American history. And that's why people like Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis and others do not want American history taught the right way. They want, quote, patriotic education. Patriotic education is not education, it's propaganda. It's brainwashing, or a light form of it.
Revealed to be not just true, but understated, like massively understated. How could you blame that for creating a backlash? I mean, you want to talk about blaming the victim, but in this case, the victim was kind of extremely polite.
That's the problem. Yeah, I want to defend myself, but I will say, the vast majority of Black Americans feel identical that the flag is a tool of fascism. If you ask any Black person, let me not be hyperbolic. If you ask most Black people, if they go into a neighborhood where there are a lot of flags flying, we know that is not a neighborhood we will be safe. Like, we see that as a sign of people who do not want us there. And I always only half jokingly say this, but it's actually true. Whenever I get hate mail, I know it because it has an American flag as the stamp. Literally every time. Probably one time I was wrong. But rhetorically, I was doing something in an essay that didn't necessarily reflect how I feel about America, right? I'm trying to set people up to be able to see themselves in a story that they don't see themselves, and to vindicate the role that Black Americans have played. But I actually think my essay is too patriotic. Like, I wouldn't write it that way today, and I wrote it that way then intentionally, but it would be very different today. I would like to talk to you though, because that does bring us to so I tend to think of these three books as a trilogy. You may not. How Fascism Works, How Propaganda Works, and then Erasing History. So I think we should put that in. That's clearly what we're seeing. We're seeing a nation not only unable to be honest about its history, but intentionally unwilling, like robustly ignorant on purpose. And that was before Trump, right? That was just kind of the status quo. And so what I always say is that because we have learned the history of a country that's never existed, right? The history we learned, that country has never existed. It has rendered us incapable of seeing the country for what it is. And that has then made us susceptible to where we are. Like, growing up, always being told this is the greatest democracy, not just the greatest, but the oldest continuing democracy in the world, necessitated an erasure of Black people, right? Like, you don't have democracy until 1965, but we have to tell that story to ourselves again and again. Or even the idea that our founders ever believed in democracy. They believed in an ethnocracy. They did not believe in democracy. And so to all of a sudden see Republicans and conservatives say, actually, we're not a democracy, we're a republic, which they think that's how they ate when they say that, right? we're a republic, we're not a democracy. But they're disavowing democracy because what they mean is we were never to be a multiracial democracy. And if democracy, this is why Obama breaks them, because Obama can win twice and most white people never voted for him. And so then they come to understand that democracy is looking very different. So to me, that's how the trilogy fits together, because to have erasing history means when people start to have a better historical understanding of this country, then they can recognize what's happening, who holds the power. It's Trujillo who says, like, power likes to operate invisibly, right? That is the key to power, is we don't understand the roots of that power. So talk to me about why both the efforts to through the legal system, through the political system, shift our country back to an explicitly white supremacist country is necessitated by the erasure of history, that you have to have both.
Yeah. Well, first of all, about this comment about the founders gets back to the way that we were already prepared. The way we were taught history has already so prepared us for fascism. Hitler in Mein Kampf says, people have forgotten the art of teaching history. You should take teaching history should be based on taking the great men of the nation, the great men of the race, and placing them on the pedestal and showing young people that they are that these great men are the people who they should venerate and be proud of. You know, and then they will connect greatness with the race.
I'm going to tell you what, and I could not tell you why, and I've said it many, many times, that, you know, my father, you know, I happen to have a good one. I've literally never even thought of anyone other than him as a hero. You know, usually I'll say if I had a hero, you know, it would be like Frederick Douglass. And it just so happens that part of the running joke was my wild hair looked like, you know, Frederick Douglass. That's how the whole Frederick Douglass thing got started. It was Portia who made the joke. I think it's dangerous for kids to have heroes other than their parents. They need to be their own heroes. I had a friend of mine when I was in high school who wanted to be a lawyer, and his heritage is Irish Catholic, and he was a big fan of Bobby Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy Sr., the actual Bobby Kennedy. And, you know, he was just so into Bobby Kennedy. Now, this guy's from Savannah, Georgia, but he would go around, you know, trying to do that Bobby Kennedy, you know, harsh Boston accent thing. It was just one of his shticks. You know, it was, this is a high, he wanted to be a lawyer too. He did become a lawyer actually, but it used to be so fucking irritating. You know, he's doing his little Bobby Kennedy shtick. And I thought it was weird because he had a perfectly good father who was a PhD college professor. He was a music professor, but, you know, college professor, perfectly good father. Going around, Bobby Kennedy's his hero, and he's doing everything to sound like Bobby Kennedy and I guess act like Bobby Kennedy. It was straight up weird. So I think that kids ought to be raised with enough self-esteem that they don't necessarily need heroes. I mean, they can have people they look up to, they can have mentors, but you know, an out and out hero, like having posters up, you know, posters on your wall or things like that. I find that just, if not weird, if not creepy, it's weird. What's up, 12th man?
That was my school. You know, you read Hitler talking about how you should set up an Aryan supremacist fascist education system, and it's literally this whole cult of the founders thing. Like Kim Crenshaw was just up in Toronto, and we had a moderated discussion between me, her, and Tim Snyder, and Professor Crenshaw was like, well, you know, I think the founders cult is really problematic, and in all of our countries we worship the founders. And I was like, not in Canada, and then like Canadians who didn't understand America was like, no, we have pictures of some of those people up, but it is like totally different. It's not a religion at all. Like, you're not supposed to worship some guys like in the past and so the structure that Hitler described is what we're venerating people of a certain race and gender, and we're connecting their identity to the identity of the nation. And so, that already sets us up. So history, the narrative we tell ourselves, like it's, this is something that's been going through our entire discussion.
Okay, well, I'm surprised that he is surprised. There's a reason for this. Okay, America was set up by elites. The founding of America was an elite enterprise. One of the main reasons that people like Thomas Jefferson, who was an elite, George Washington, I've heard him called at the time, he owned more land than anyone on earth. He was a land speculator. Well, a couple things. These Americans who were upper class, a lot of them were the quote first families of Virginia. They were pissed off at England because they were not being treated as elites. A lot of them didn't have, they weren't aristocracy necessarily, but a lot of them, like, hey, these are rich men, and England is treating them just like, everybody else. After the French and Indian War, the Northwest Territories, England told people like George Washington, you know what? No more settlement or land speculation west of the Alleghenies, basically the western part of the Appalachian Mountains. The Alleghenies are basically the western portion that runs through West Virginia on up into, I think some of it will split off into Maryland, but the main portion of it goes right up into Pennsylvania and New York. Basically, we're tired of having to spend money to provide soldiers to defend settlers west of the Alleghenies against Indians. It's just expensive. We just fought the French and Indian War. We're tired of spending the money. Y'all need to stop speculating land. Stay to the east of the Alleghenies. That was one of the reasons that and the taxes, of course. There were multiple reasons. The other thing, elites in the South, Georgia and South Carolina, especially South Carolina, after 1772, the Somerset decision that outlawed slavery in England proper, there were people thinking, well, you know what? There's a good chance that England might end slavery in the American colonies. That's basically what brought Georgia and South Carolina into the into signing the Declaration of Independence, when Lord Dunmore in Virginia basically told slaves that, hey, if you fight on the British side, we'll give you your freedom. That brought Georgia, and South Carolina into it. What I'm saying is the reason these founding fathers are worshipped, and the founding itself worshipped to the degree it is over the course, especially up to the Civil War and probably beyond it into Reconstruction, basically the poor whites, the yeoman farmers, and the mule skinners, basically, they needed something to look up to. This whole thing that, no matter how poor or low class you are, you're white. Your descendants, your founding fathers, George Washington or Thomas Jefferson, you're better than anybody who's black because you're white, just like Thomas Jefferson. You have that same European, stock. That's why they're worshiped. It was basically to separate poor whites from blacks and Native Americans. I'm surprised he doesn't know that.
The whole narrative that we're raised on about the exceptionality of the United States sets us up for the disaster of Trump, because it sets us up for someone saying, no, oh yeah, we're the greatest nation and I am the greatest man. I'm going to be the most powerful man, the leader of this nation, and I'll be just like we say this nation is. He wants to put himself on Mount Rushmore, because Mount Rushmore is where we put the definition of the white men of the nation. And so that all has to be redone. And whatever we're returning to, if we can return to, we can't return to anything, because that whole structure has to be gone. And that's what I wanted to try to do in Erasing History, to say, let's try to, it's the way the whole structure of the educational system is the whole structure of our self-regard. Getting ourselves through this can't involve saying we're great, so we're the greatest nation on earth, so we can't have this terrible thing happen to us. I don't think that can be the way forward. I think we just have to be like, okay, this is so horrifying, let's just not associate it. Let's create a new story.
Yeah, I mean, when you just think about the reactions to the rise of Trump and even second term, when you would think like we would have learned some things by now of media, of civil society, of very smart scholarly people that still didn't seem to take it seriously what was happening, like still did not.
Yeah, me and Ruthless Truth had this conversation yesterday. So, as a matter of fact, I released a couple shorts on that topic of, you would think voters would have learned a lesson. Nope, it's obvious that they didn't
have in the imagination.
Now, it could I will also say that part of the problem is I'm not sure voters were given an alternative the way Joe Biden bungled. Excuse me, my throat is getting dry here. Let's face it, the Democrats bungled this. They did not give voters a for dear life. And when he finally, figured out with coercion, by the way, that he would not be a viable candidate, they kind of stuffed Kamala in there, didn't go through any sort of democratic process, which I personally didn't have a problem with, but a lot of people did. And, you can't, I blame voters for voting for Trump. However, I can empathize because a lot of MAGA blacks, for instance, there was no fucking way they were going to vote for a woman. They weren't going to vote for a white woman, let alone a black woman. And some of the bullshit about Kamala's not black and all that stuff, it just fed into the manosphere, patriarchy, whatever you want to call it. What's up, Dwali? But my point not to get too far off the point, because I accused 12th man of doing it. Bottom line is that Democrats bungled it, and we need to basically fess up to that. We did not give a viable alternative. I think Kamala would have done better than Trump is doing. However, not enough people agreed with me to make that happen. Going through a full primary process, I think Trump was beatable. It's just Democrats shortchanged potential Democratic voters.
And this belief that, like, because we are the greatest, most exceptional country in the world, that our systems of checks and balances is infallible, right? And then when we've all now learned that all of this shit has been held together with like a promise and some duct tape, and all you needed was one person who said, actually, it doesn't matter what the Constitution says. Yeah. It doesn't matter what the rules say. It doesn't matter that I'm not supposed to do these things as a president. Like, who's going to check me? And the answer was no one. We actually don't know what to do with that situation. And so we're still hoping that it's just going to work out, that eventually this system is going to hold. That puts us in just such a dangerous position, but it also explains why the Trump administration is so fiercely attacking history, right? Because when you read that history, you get an understanding of what we're confronting and how to fight it.
Oh, well, they're laser-like focused on every aspect of history that explains what they're doing. Yeah. So, which is, I give them credit for that. So, if they, what explain, like, in every transformation to authoritarianism, you go back to the practices of that country. So they're going to go back to the practices of Jim Crow for elections. So they have to attack the idea of structural racism. They have to attack the teaching of Jim Crow. They have to attack the teaching of mass incarceration, because if you attack what are they doing now with the concentration camps? If you look at what Nixon did, he poured huge amounts of money into erecting massive prisons, and then the prisons got filled. Now they're putting tens of billions of dollars into erecting concentration camps, giant warehouses with no ventilation. And we know from the past that they're all going to be filled, because that's exactly what happened under Nixon. So all that history tells us what's going to happen. So they have to attack that history. And of course, they have to attack gender studies, because patriarchy structures, patriarchy is how they're constructing a multiracial far right. Patriarchy, patriarchy is central, patriarchy and racism. So gender studies, obviously they're using trans women as a scapegoat. It's never trans men, notice. It's always, it's never men are adult human males. It's women are adult human females. So they have to attack the things that explain what they're doing. But they're going further than that, because now with the Columbus statue, it's like, when you read Hitler, it's very clarifying, because he says these terrible things, but he says them as if they're good things. So he says, in Hitler's second book, he says, no one anymore speaks of the Red Indian, but he means that in a positive way. So it's like, I was speaking to an Israeli recently, and I was talking about how Moshe Gessen got banned in Germany for saying that comparing Gaza to a ghetto in Nazi-occupied Europe. And this Israeli person said, yeah, they just have to grow up, and obviously something like that. It's right. It's more like Stalingrad. And so I was like, so I thought he agreed with me that these were war crimes and genocide, and then like later in the conversation, it became clear that no, he meant this was a good thing. And so, that's where we're moving in the United States. We're moving to the situation where they want us to say indigenous genocide was a good thing. Like, it was good that transatlantic slave trade was a good thing. And so we have to be aware of that very dramatic shift in value. So it's not just, oh, you're not embarrassed of saying it. The next phase is you're proud.
And we're actually, like, we're there.
We're there.
Right, we're there. When you have Department of Homeland Security posting the Manifest Destiny painting from the official site, we're there. When you have the head of the Equal Opportunity Commission asking white men explicitly to file complaints because they are the primary victims of discrimination, we're there. And I think if you haven't read How Fascism Works, also just understanding it rarely comes about because of a violent coup. People elect. Yeah. They elect to become a society that lives under autocracy, and we're there. We're there.
This is why I have a hard time. Like, America, this is us. So, it's not all of us, but it wasn't all the Germans either. It's not all the Russians, or not all the Israelis. There are plenty of great Israelis who are critical of what's happening. There are plenty of great Russians, but it's not like in Germany. I lived in Germany in the 80s. It's not like you're like, oh, it was just the bad Germans. So, and I think facing that is going to be really important in winning. Facing that is going to be really important. Saying, okay, it's not just the bad guys. It's something that we as a society really and one thing about this might be sort of a trailing thought from the previous conversation, but look at the reaction to the 16 project. I'm glad you admitted that there was a patriotic element to it, and I read it as a very patriotic thing. And then the reaction to it was that you were attacking America, which was ludicrous. You were praising America. You were saying, look at all these great things America has done.
Don't go too far. Don't go too far.
And Black people are centrally
I was
responsible.
praising Black people as the most democratic Americans.
Right. Okay. That's a good
that
way.
was the problem, right? Is that centering what we believe about America actually in those who had to fight against America.
Right. Okay. Well, don't get defensive. Oh, I just want to talk about.
You will never see a sentence I've ever written that says all the great things America has done. Stop.
Yeah. But the reaction to you was just because you were saying Black Americans were centrally involved in good things about America, you were anti-American. I mean, it was, I understood if you had sort of my outlook rhetorically from the beginning, but that wasn't the rhetoric and structure of the project. The rhetoric and structure of the project is look at all these great aspects of American democracy. And pointing out the obvious, that Black people were centrally involved in it, and people said that's anti-American. Why was it anti-American? Because you said Black people were centrally involved. So, and we're not even talking the fascists. We're talking a wide variety of people criticized you for being anti-American, for saying Black people were centrally involved in America.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 scholars who published, we published their critique in the New York Times, they would consider themselves leftist scholars. Right. And yet they still believed, right? Their thing was, how dare you say this was a nation founded on slavery? How dare you say the Constitution was pro-slavery? And how dare you not give white people enough credit for abolishing the institution they started? But that's neither here nor there. But I do, I think sometimes when we see this diminutive Christopher Columbus replica that Trump put out in front of some government building on the White House lawn. I think we joke about it sometimes. I think we've tended, and we keep doing that. We keep like this is not the chaotic administration of the first term, right? This is an administration that has people who are controlling the policy, who have studied the government, who know how the government works and who know how to break the government. And they understand something about Americans that a lot of progressives do not understand. I actually think the conservatives who are running our country know this country better than any of us almost, right? Except those of us who think deeply about it. And they are using that to execute really a dizzying amount of political and social and cultural change. You know, DEI is considered illegal, and almost no one has risen up against that. None of these rich universities, very few corporations. So I think I'm supposed to get to Q&A. We weren't supposed to do Q&A, but no, y'all don't want Q&A? Does anybody? Okay. I always feel like people want a chance to engage with the scholar. That's just me. But I just want you on kind of your ending note before we go to Q&A, help us understand, like, we have to take seriously even things that seem stupid, like who cares about a Christopher Columbus statue? Well, we know that even in the United States, after Reconstruction, the way that they symbolize during the period of redemption is to install all of these monuments to white supremacy. It's a way of telling you who is on top now. So talk about why we have to take these things seriously.
Take the symbolic order is the governing ideology. So, you know, to say that, I mean, think about what happened. I remember when we were taking the monuments of the Civil War monuments of Confederate generals down, and my colleagues Tim Snyder and Marcy Shore I was seeing their reactions. People are like, "Oh, you're erasing history by taking these monuments down," and all they do is go to Eastern Europe and like rename streets. Like, that's everyone in Eastern Europe, you know, like, oh, okay, take Stalin Square down. And, you know, the naming and structuring of a city is the dominant ideology.
Well, Mela, whether we like it or not, people, beings, a social animal. There is more to marriage and there's more to procreation than just making people. You know, there is the point of, you know, of continuing the species and all that stuff. But being a social animal, families are companionship. So, you know, families are a lot of things. Back in the day, it would be, you know, farm hands, I guess. But families are companionship. You know, if you are some settler west of the Alleghenies, I was just talking about, you know, settlers on the frontier, that family might be the only social connections you have. So the point of, I mean, you can have children and not be married. I've never been one to think that marriage is strictly for procreation. That's kind of an artificial, you know, I guess, to curb promiscuity, which can be a problem as well. You know, I think feminism has proven that you can have children and not be married. So the idea that marriage is just for kids, I'm not sure I could go for that. Too many reasons that it's more. And to me, obvious reasons. Let's see, where are we?
The ruling ideology. And that is what, and it's very obvious in Eastern Europe. That's why they're constantly changing the names. So, you know,
oh, by the way, let me do this because I really need to do it more. Everybody, please make sure you have hit the like button. If you are new to the show, please subscribe and check us out. Some people do like us, some people do not. And I am okay with that. And I am proud. This makes me proud. I have been told by Aries Roman that Stanley, Stanley, I was almost a MAGA black, but you saved me. Well, you know what? I cannot think of a higher testament to the mission of Stanley versus the world than this. Even if it's only one, folks, if I can save someone from becoming a MAGA black, it makes the sacrifice and the hard work. it makes it all worthwhile. So no, but seriously, salute to you. By the way, support support the show by supporting the host. Cash App is in the crawl at the bottom. The Sovereign Beer Fund has its IPO. Actually, it opened yesterday for this Saturday show. And I have been convinced that this Saturday show, I've already given it a title. This Saturday show, and it may even become a tradition for Saturday shows, because I'm not known for being, God's little sunbeam. So Saturday's show is called Stanley Makes the World Feel Better Saturday. And this edition, we're going to talk about pastimes, basically hobbies that make people happy and, make, good downtime, good regeneration, things that make you feel refreshed. So again, this Saturday's show is Stanley Makes the World Feel Better Saturday, which means I am going to flex a muscle I rarely flex. I'm going to be all upbeat. I'm going to be all positive. I am going to make the subscribers to Stanley versus the World feel great on Saturday. And then next week, we're back to the news. So anyway, everyone, support the Saturday show. The Stanley Makes the World Feel Better Saturday. And I think it might even become just something, we do every Saturday. I'll just come up with different themes within Stanley Makes the World Feel Better. Should be Stanley Makes Stanley versus the World Feel Better, but that's too many words. And it's my time who basically gave me the idea yesterday. And I am nothing if not the kind of person who follows through. Stanner Day, oh, that's a possibility, but I know I like the Stanley. The Stanley Makes the World Feel Better. It almost sounds like kitschy, it almost sounds like a Pee-wee Playhouse. Is it Pee-wee's Playhouse? Whatever it was called, just kind of loopy, just kind of fun, just kind of silly. That's what I'm going for. And it doesn't have to be called that. It was just what I called it. Stanner Day, I'll take it under consideration. So that's where we're going with this Saturday show. So support the show. And let's get back to this doom and gloom.
No.
It's not Saturday yet.
One says you didn't. The same people are like, "Oh, you're tearing down history by taking down Robert E. Lee's statue." Ask them about.
I'm surprised you didn't already know it, Mela.
They're like that person.
It's not a secret.
To take down Stalin's statue, so they know it. They know it. They know that you don't keep statues of Hitler and Stalin up. So when they're now putting up a statue of Christopher Columbus, given what Christopher Columbus was responsible for, is like putting up a statue of Stalin or putting up a statue of Goebbels. And everyone knows it because everyone knows, it was great when they took down the statues of Stalin. So the hypocrisy, the hypocrisy is enormous. And what's happening is they want to create a generation of people who are proud of the worst sins so they can commit those sins again. And then we can look at a place at Gaza and say, look, Stephen Miller said it, the strong dominate the weak. That is the fascist ideology that we're being asked to accept. And that's why we're being asked to accept, if Israel wants to ethnically cleanse Gaza, that's just what happens. That's what we did with indigenous people. That's why we put up statues of people who did that. And that is really something that they're just setting out for the world as a model. So that's what's going on. And we will stop it.
Okay. I was writing this quote down because I think it's just the perfect way to end this part. And I think we should.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end it here. These questions, I think they take like 2 or 3 questions. They weren't particularly interesting. So we will move on. So since we did something with Jason Stanley and Nicole Hannah-Jones, who I think Jason Stanley, his books are actually really informative. And, y'all know what I think of the 1619 Project. It was groundbreaking. And it called a lot of people like Sean Willentz, all these people who were supposedly, on the left. Tad Sturmer has a term for these people. They are liberal nationalists, basically people on the left who buy into the founding myth. They buy into the American exceptionalism argument. And I think that's a pretty accurate description. So anyway, since we did that, we'll come back to right of center. And there's been this particular video is a couple weeks old. I've been holding on to it to show it on the right occasion, and I think this is as good as any to balance out the left. We will look at a dispatch video with Jonah Goldberg called "Conservatism is Not White." This seems like the perfect time after talking about America and it's America and Jason Stanley said it. America has a white supremacy problem, and it does. This is Conservatism is Not White. And I actually have a Glenn Lowry video. I might show, depends on how I'm feeling when this is over. It's about an hour. Glenn Lowry is talking about respectability politics is not a bad thing. And I think it is, especially when you're sanctimonious about it. So we may get to that video. If not, we'll do it some other day. But let's go ahead and watch Jonah Goldberg explain how conservatism in America is not white.
Greetings, dear listeners.
And by the way, for the people who, and there are plenty of them in, who subscribe to this show, who want to say that, oh, Stanley, you talk about race too much, or America is not racist, America does not have a race problem, all is good. This is Jonah Goldberg. This is the Dispatch. They are right of center doing a show, and I didn't title their show, called Conservatism is Not White. I think that is one little bit of proof that America does have a race problem if you have to define a political position as not white. America has a race problem. So bad that conservatives have to open the tent flap of the big tent and go, come on in. We're not all white.
This is Jonah Goldberg, host of the Remnant Podcast, brought to you by the Dispatch and Dispatch Media. Very excited to have friend of the podcast back, Richard M. Reinsch the second. I did not really remember the second part, but it's here in front of me. He's the editor-in-chief of the Institute's Civitas Outlook. He was the founding editor of the really fantastic online magazine Law and Liberty, and he's held positions at the American Institute for Economic Research, Heritage Foundation, Before the Fall, Liberty Fund, etc. Reinsch's books include A Constitution in Full, Recovering the Unwritten Foundation of American Liberty, and Whittaker Chambers, The Spirit of a Counter-Revolutionary. Richard, welcome back to the Remnant.
Hey, thank you for having me.
I apologize. I never read your Whittaker Chambers book, and he's one of the guys. I did this "Who Was Leo Strauss" episode once, and people liked it. Maybe down the road we should do a "Who Was Whittaker Chambers."
Oh, that would be wonderful. No, that was 2010, and it was this ISI had this series of books on sort of foundational conservative thinkers, Wilhelm Röpke, Robert Nisbet, Ludwig von Mises, and others. And so I said, you need one on Whittaker Chambers. But the response was the Sam Tannenhouse book was so good.
It was good.
Why would we? And I said, well, someone who put together the writings that he had were not thick and voluminous, but what you had was really good stuff. And so distilling that would be a service. Yeah.
I have that collection. Was it Notes on the Roof or something? What's it called? Did you ever read? I mean, again, for listeners, you should know we were just chatting like two old ladies around the village well before the thing started about conservative stuff. And so we're still in that mode, and I'll try to professionalize this up in a second. But did you ever read the last piece Sidney Blumenthal wrote for the New Yorker as a staff writer before he joined the Clinton administration?
I did not know.
It was basically loosely review-ish about the Tannenhouse book, but he used it as a broader argument to make the case that basically modern conservatism and anti-communism in particular, these were all just window dressings for the closeted homosexuality of the American right. And I'm exaggerating and distorting a little bit, but not a lot. It's been a while since I read it, but I remember I wrote about it for National Review. I was gobsmacked when I read the thing. It was such bad faith and grotesque. But anyway.
I guess that's a way of saying we're like German fascist generals, many of whom are homosexual or something.
That's right.
Or tying into that energy.
Yeah. In secret at National Review, we all wore leather onesies and danced around or something. I don't know. All right. So you had a great piece for commentary, and this is a good gateway to the conversation. Now that I've gotten my dropping leather onesie out of the way. Very near and dear to my heart in terms of how I see things and the project ahead. You had a great piece called Against Grievance Politics. The case for conservatism is as strong as ever. Why don't we just sort of run us through it?
Yeah, it's interesting. I had the idea for the piece actually listening to the commentary podcast. Several months ago, Matthew Comnetti said something that I had not thought about, which was sort of the learning of many conservatives at the end of the Nixon presidency was that we needed to return to principles. And that, what Nixon had done was not unlike what Trump had done. He ran as a populist, the famous Nixon Hard Hats coalition, defending America, defending law and order, patriotism, linking up with, formerly Democratic voters or currently Democratic voters. And this was sort of in the air. And that kind of resonated with me because I wrote a piece one time about Bill Buckley's brother, the sainted James Buckley, in his first Senate campaign for New York. He kind of did something very similar. And you can go and look at his old TV ads on YouTube, and they make sort of this populist law and order pitch throughout the state of New York. And, Nixon runs as a populist and wins, but then governs in all sorts of strange ways and does not govern in like the conservative movement existed then. Talked about in terms of economic variety, emphasizes wage and price controls, builds the environmental and regulatory state, adds to the regulatory state, takes us off the gold standard, all sorts of things like that. And then you have, Watergate, and then you have the Ford presidency coming on the heels of that. And I think conservatism sort of, looks at itself. Where we are now, we're bred in the deer. How are we going to rebuild? And there, I was also reading Continetti's chapter, the Prairie Fire, from his book, The Right. And you could see the remnants being pulled back together in that sort of low point. And it centers around what we could now call supply side economics, but was then sort of this idea that had emerged. Robert Mundell, Art Laffer, among others, but then also Jude Wanniski, famously Wall Street Journal editorial writer, and meeting with each other and sort of putting these ideas together. Alongside that, there was something in Richard Newhouse at the time, still a Lutheran pastor, and Peter Berger, a sociologist, who go on to found the great journal First Things. And they're saying, well, we have individualism running amok in our culture, but it's also being promoted by welfare state policies as well. We have to think about the family and the neighborhood and religion and sort of the relational person, the thing that Tocqueville talks about in Democracy in America. All these things that are sort of the antidote to the egalitarianism of a democratic age and culture. And then the third thing that came to mind is this great book on Ed Meese, Reagan's Attorney General, who has just been reinserted in a way into conservative debates. And Ed Meese this book about Ed Meese, called The Meese Revolution, is how he put together originalism within conservative legal culture, which at the time sort of lacked an anchoring ballast, and made originalism, put it front and center as the way in which conservative judges and then conservative legal academics and then what became the rising legal subculture in the Federal Society would operate on. And you look at all these things and it says to me, that's a conservatism of self-government, of economic opportunity. And those are foundational principles that set conservatism up for great success in the 80s and 90s. And now we run away from them. And we think they're weak. We think they've done nothing but conserve liberalism. And the other insight that kind of came to me was from your AEI colleague, Nicholas Eberstadt, on the means-tested entitlement culture explosion in this country over the last few decades. And it just sort of coalesced in my mind that really what J.D. Vance and others supporting him are really doing is they aren't restoring an economic self-governing agenda, freedom agenda for American citizens that conservatism has been built on, but they're actually accepting the entitlement means-tested culture and sort of building on that in a way, a future conservatism that will be predicated on telling you really can't be a free and independent citizen. You're actually going to need the government to help you in a lot of ways because you've been victimized. And it seems like this is a core part of Vance's messages. So many people have been victimized by the deep state, by war, by corporations, and he is here to sort of navigate and negotiate for you. And that all sort of came together, and I thought we should try to write about this to remind people what this was all about to begin with, as opposed to the caricatures that we hear so frequently. And quite frankly, from a lot of younger people on the right who don't know the history, don't know the books or the ideas, but are very confident in these pronouncements they make.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of thoughts on this. One, I made a similar point about a month ago. Ross Douthat had that column trying to predict the different ways the American right could go, and basically almost all of them, I mean, he to his credit, Ross is a really smart guy. We don't know, but he didn't really have a lane for anything like a conservative restoration, and there was a lot of straight line projection stuff going on. It was like, well, if Vance gets the mantle, it'll become this. If Rubio gets the mantle, it'll become that. But the assumption was the mantle was something that everyone would want, and that the direction would still be Trumpy, just in some We just couldn't be sure which facet of Trumpism. And I was like, well, go back and look at Richard Nixon, his administration ended, and we did not get more. I mean, like, Nixon was a hugely consequential figure. He basically wanted a Nixonian New Deal and a Nixonian Great Society, and he did more interventions in the economy than let's just put it this way, anybody remembers. And and the conservative movement did a 180 on Nixonism, and it's kind of forgotten in part because the left doesn't want to admit how liberal Nixon was, and the right doesn't want to admit how liberal Nixon was. But you raise a different point as well, which I think is, I think about a lot. I just did this thing on the white culture stuff. A huge amount of the, let's call it the MAGA project, because which includes different schools of thought, but it's the new right, right? A lot of what the new right is basically surrender to progressive categories. It's saying we have, as your point about grievance politics, there are people who have been victimized and the government needs to help them. It's just not the people currently being helped. It's our people, right?
Yeah.
The left has this identity politics stuff about how whiteness is evil. We're going to take that exact same form of categorical thinking, but we're going to say whiteness is awesome, right? The left has this idea about industrial policy to fight climate change and wants to hang all these Christmas tree ornaments on it for DEI and whatnot with our industrial policy. But so we're going to take that idea and we're going to do industrial policy our way, where we reward our people instead of their people. Again and again and again, it's a right-wing version of a kind of progressive politics rather than an alternative to it.
Yeah. No, and it also, it sparks to mind too. I mean, if we think about, if we go back again to this period of the 1970s of early neoconservative writers who were saying the right had overly focused on eliminating the welfare state aspect of the New Deal and removing that, and that wasn't possible. That wasn't likely. And what you should actually focus on is building a conservative welfare state and using it for conservative ends. But that kind of proved unworkable. I mean, empirically. I mean, and I think people like Irving Kristol came to understand that after a period of time. However, it seemed like a plausible argument. And my thinking right now is, so if we ask ourselves in the first Trump administration and second Trump administration, what are the policies unique to MAGA?
Okay, I'm trying to figure out, and I mean, everything that the government does at this point in time is political, one way or the other. However, why does a welfare state have to be conservative or liberal? Why can't it just be a welfare state? Why can't it just go to people who need it? And the answer is, both sides differ on, the qualifications or the means testing. But a conservative welfare state would literally mean kids would be out. It would basically be kids. It would be child labor. Who was it? Some governor talked about, or somebody in the MAGA movement talked about lowering the age for children to have jobs. I can't remember. It was a governor, I thought. What's up, MOT?
I think it was the governor of Alabama who said that type of shit.
That would not surprise me. And she's a woman. At least last time it was.
Yes. It was a woman who said
You would think a woman would not be advocating for kids out there working. So, they would, I think a lot of conservatives would essentially be, Dickensian.
But you have to look at the outlook. Maybe you have to look at the outlook. It's either you're rich, politically connected, religiously connected, or you're just screwed in society. That's the way most, especially like Mississippi, Alabama type setup, most of Louisiana, Arkansas. That's the kind of setup. They that's why they're so invested in having people on chain gangs on the side of the road, because that's just that that's the limits of their actual imagination when it comes to services. I mean, when these people clearly go to other states and they see how stuff runs. Like right now, I'm in Idaho, like Idaho, Utah, even rural Oregon, outside of like the coast. That type of conservatism is way different than a Southern conservatism. It's way different, and it actually covers everybody in society. But the type of conservatives they want to exclude people.
You
They
know,
want to exclude people.
it's kind of funny, to be honest. And you know, I'm not so sure that I'm totally equipped to go knee deep into this, but I would think New Testament, the New Testament conservatism would be nothing like what American conservatives, Jesus, and I would call Jesus a conservative. He would not set up the welfare state the way a typical conservative would.
No.
I think sometimes what we call conservative is not necessarily Christian.
And they never have been synonymous with Christian, ever.
Right.
I mean, but they kept forcing it that way as culture work. Because when they talk about conservatism, they're only talking about leaving black people out or structuring arguments around black people to leave people out. Okay, so let's say Colorado, for instance, my state, adopted state. The same thing that happens in like northern Colorado. I'm not talking Fort Collins, by the way, college campuses. I'm talking about literally 0.01% black conservative. Liberalism work fine out there. Why? It's only shared among whites. Obviously. Eastern, I'm talking about east of the Denver metro area. Conservative liberalism works fine. Why? Because it's only white people that's involved with it. Same way when you go further out west. I'm talking about west of the actual ski areas and middle of nowhere before you hit Grand Junction, because Grand Junction is rather liberal, and a little bit west of there. It works fine. Why? It's liberal and it's mostly whites that benefit from it. And they can't leverage those type of things that they clearly could try to leverage in the Denver metro area. Even though everybody uses immigrant labor all over the state, they only try to make it a Denver metro area type place because it's other people involved. Now, when it's exclusively white farmers that is actually benefiting from immigrant labor, like right now I'm in Idaho, mostly whites benefit from immigrant labor, period. And it's okay. Why? Because it's a conservative area and they own everything. It's just that when you have to share that power with other groups is when it starts getting leveraged and people start thinking of conservative means excluding other groups of people. That's all it means, excluding other groups of people.
Right. Well,
And
yeah, the thing is, I remember back during the Obama administration, I forget the lady's name. I think she's from Georgia or Florida. She was a black lady. She was some official in the agriculture department, and she was working with white farmers or something, and somehow or another the farmer just basically accused her of being anti-white. So Obama fired her. Just did it, kind of went on the hearsay. Well, it turns out that she had done nothing even remotely suggesting this. And I can't remember. I'd have to go back and look. I don't know that she was ever rehired. But
think she was.
essentially, I'm pretty. Oh, she was? Okay, because I remember it vaguely.
She was
She was not. Okay. Well, I remember it So, but what I'm trying to say is these white farmers and Republicans in particular raise holy hell anytime that a black farmer gets a program tailored to blacks in agriculture. But as soon as they feel that somebody's depriving them of something, they just cry bloody murder.
And it's a
It's
con job.
been like this forever.
It is a con job because they have a separate banking system that totally supports farmers that nobody else has access to. They have a
Right.
total banking system that fronts their entire operation every single year. Most of them. And the
Right.
more I started learning about these banking institutions, the angrier I got at these lying ass white farmers who make it look like they work so hard, especially these cattle farmers who actually dump their actual cattle and they get to graze for the free on federal lands, while everybody else who's black and Latino and Chinese have to actually pay to get their actual cattle to actually have them graze on places while they just let white farmers graze for the free. I mean, it's this whole hardworking white farmer shit, bullshit, lie. It's just that. It's nothing but a con. It's been a con for a while,
Right.
and while some of it has been uncovered by the getting rid of USAID, which did nothing but just help white farmers get credit accounts and to sell shit all over the world that black farmers never got access to, didn't even know about, and never got to be a part of the program. And they have so many legs up that no one else has outside of that very small group of people, especially like your Missouris, your Illinois, all through the South. Dude, you have a whole system that protects them. And any 1 ounce that goes across somebody else, they declare bloody murder. And I'm sick of it.
I know because you go all over the place, and I know you've been through South Georgia. But
Oh,
when
yeah.
I was a kid, my father is from Cook County, Georgia. It's the county right next to Lowndes County, Valdosta. It's Adel,
Yeah,
Georgia. It's right along 75, if I recall.
it is.
So we used to go between Savannah to Adel. um it's pretty much all back roads. You don't have you could probably get there. It's just as quick to go the back roads down 17, and then you hit all these little back roads through Waycross. um but one thing, even as a 6, 7 year old child, the thing that used to amaze me is all these farmers with these nice brick houses and
Mhm.
all the like fancy farm equipment.
And brand new cars and shit in the front
Oh
yard.
my God.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like
that shit was crazy.
I'm like, holy cow. No,
These
those houses,
hard-working farmers.
dude, these guys had and even back in like the 70s, having a brick house is a big deal. I'm
Yes.
talking all brick, not like they do it now where maybe the
No.
front facing side is brick and then the rest is wooden and
Oh no.
siding. No, these were 360-degree, all four walls of this nice brick. So yeah, I know farmers work hard and all that stuff, but dude, if you are a big enough farmer and you're growing the right crops, yeah.
And you're down with the right people, and you don't
That's
socialize
right.
with the quote unquote others. Yeah,
That's
which is what
right.
it is. And everybody know what your actual crop is, and the real kind of hush hush, depending on who they actually turn out. These people was doing USAID shit, and they just wasn't telling nobody about it, giving all these campaign contributions, and that's what the actual campaign contributions to the Republican Party
Yep.
was to keep the gravy train going. It's wholly disgusting how these people have been lying about this stuff for such a long time just to protect their own stuff. And look, I understand it. If you're in the South and you partner with corporate America and you know damn well that you got a good deal and no one else can touch your deal, I could see you kissing corporate America's ass because you and them have partnered up against everyone else in society, and you have to protect the quote unquote resources you get to not be spent on everybody else so that way your family can actually have a leg up. I get that. But at some point, you got to understand that the stuff that you get, if you're okay with the rest of the country burning to the ground, at some point, you got to be called to task for this so-called conservatism that leaves everybody out in the cold, and you only want to come around with this conservative stuff the moment that it goes to other people, but you're okay with the money being spent on you or whatever you want the money being spent on, and that's just god awful.
Hold on one sec. Oops. I want to address this question here. Not the siding part. Sin in the Deep South? No. In the black people, brick, even way back in the day, was pretty expensive. In the Deep South, like Deep South Georgia, no. Brick.
And if you was a brick
houses,
mason, dude, you got paid $75 an hour. You made bank. And every brick mason, even the people who picked it up in high school and dropped out, dude, those dudes are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year doing just
but the
brick
thing
masonry
is,
alone.
in small town Georgia, at least, those trades and stuff like that, they did not train. And I'm talking back now. My father's 82, I think. Back in his day, in little Adel, Georgia, nah, they really wanted blacks to just work in agriculture. And I wanted to talk. Sin asked, how do they keep black farmers out? Well, they don't by law, but back in the South, especially, land was handed down. Land was part of generational wealth, and they kept blacks from owning land any way they could by law. I'm still reading Empire of Cotton, and I've gotten up to the point to where the cotton, the Empire of Cotton post Reconstruction, the part where the 40 acres and a mule, that was something that was kind of promised and reneged on. General Sherman, for instance, his General Field Order 15 or whatever it was, basically giving land and animals, was rescinded after he issued the order. They did not, basically, blacks owning land was something that they did not want to happen, because once blacks own land, they will do subsistence farming. They will do things that will benefit them and their family. They will not be working in somebody else's cotton field or anything like that. So land ownership was something that was pretty much denied to blacks. There were, of course, exceptions. There always are. But land ownership was something that was discouraged any way that they could. And land is something that is handed down generation to generation. So there is no generational wealth that involves real estate in the Deep South. Just never was. So it's not, if you have enough money, you can go and buy a farm. There are plenty of black farmers, but they're kind of rare. And it's just something that never happened. This is one of the things when
it was a collusion with banking too, mostly banking.
Oh yeah, absolutely it was. Even in the North, the redlining and all that. But when people like me talk about racism, perfect example of systemic racism, the system discouraged blacks from owning land, whether it was by hook or by crook. whatever it was that would prevent blacks from owning land, it is something that is generational and that's systemic. The system 100 years ago didn't really encourage black land ownership. Even 50 years ago, and I'm 61, 50 years ago, it was not encouraged. It wasn't discouraged necessarily, but it wasn't encouraged either. That's a systemic issue. Okay, if
It's a
your
systemic
great
issue.
grand
It's a socialization issue. I mean,
right,
it's mostly banking. Because if you could believe it or not, Planters Bank still owns banks all over the Mississippi Delta. The same racist institution that actually discouraged those things. Dude, those banks are still in operation down there. And if
oh
you
yeah,
walked into
dude,
Planters Bank today and tried to
Mhm.
like listen, I tried to open a bank account. They was like, "Well, what do you need with a business bank account?" I'm like, "No, I want to cash this check." And they was like, "We'll cash your check, but why do you want a business bank account? You want to buy some land?" I'm like, "That's not a requirement to opening a bank account." Now, if you were native to the area, you would know that means they don't want to do business with you. But if you've been around for a while, they know that you're kind of from out of town, so they want to know what you're kind of up to because they will bring people in, code enforcement, and all kinds of other things to sabotage your actual business. They will do that. The banks actually get in with the government and everybody else locally to shut down your farms and spray a whole bunch of nonsense over your fields at night, all kinds of stuff. It was a whole system that they had in making sure black farms were not actually successful to, selling them bad seeds on purpose and all that kind of other stuff. Yeah, it's really
right.
a whole system.
And this question right here, 12th man goes, unless you were a black who owned slaves, then I guess that was different. Dude, you know what? My response is, were black slave owners common back then? Dude, this bullshit about black, what? 99% of slave owners were white. So you want to act like even, I don't even know that it's 1% of slave owners back then were black. You're really going to act like that was something that had any sort of impact? Dude, no blacks. It is safe to say if I said there were no black slave owners, I could get away with it because the number is so small, it might as well have been zero. Okay, and this is exactly when I talk about how miseducated our kids are on American history. If you knew anything about American history, any deep knowledge about American history, you wouldn't even ask this question, 12th man. These people
No,
are trained to think. These people are trained to think if there was one black slave owner, then it was common. You could get away with saying there were no black slave owners in American history. It's easy enough. The number was so small. So if
yeah,
you think that black slave owners were a common phenomenon, then you are as ignorant as I think you are, 12th man. I'm actually kind of surprised. You need to go back and you need to do some reading.
he's not going to do that. I mean, but you have to understand that most of these things are inserted into the conversation to shut the conversation down. And this is how they think whenever any type of reality hits. One thing exists, therefore it existed everywhere type nonsense.
And his response is that they existed. Well, there were Native American slave owners too. How
Yeah.
often do we talk about that? Okay, the bottom line is the planter class in the deep South was overwhelmingly white.
The planter
There weren't
elite.
that many,
The
there weren't
planter
that many,
elite.
there weren't that many white people who were in the planter elite. It's kind of like black billionaires today. I think that's a really good parallel. There are black billionaires today, but you might as well say there are no black billionaires because there's not that many of them. In the what is it? The top 5? Is it in? I think the top 100 black the top 100 billionaires, and I'm just pulling this because I did a show on it a couple years ago where like the top, maybe it's the top 50 billionaires in America, 3 of them, Oprah, Michael Jordan, there are 4 of them. Robert Smith, I forget the richest black billionaire. He was worth about 10 billion. And then you've got Oprah at like 2 or 3. You got Michael Jordan at 2 or 3. And the joke that I heard was if Elon Musk woke up one morning and had Oprah Winfrey money, he'd probably jump out a window. 4 black billionaires out of the top 50. And there are a ton of billionaires, by the way. Dude, saying that they're black billionaires, that's kind of a joke.
I mean, 4 or 5 recognizable people out of 60, 70 million. It's just, come on, dude. What are we
This
talking about?
dude is saying there were 3,775 free blacks, including mixed race slaveholders. Dude, there were fucking 4 million slaves. So you're going to make a big deal. You're going to make a big deal out of 3,776. And some of those were slave owners because they bought family out of slavery.
Correct.
Technically, if you buy your daughter or your wife or your son out of, technically you're a slave owner. Again, you don't have an argument, 12th man, that is worth me not calling you a racist.
Stanley, the only thing you have to do is pull up the calculator.
I'm listening. I got to go clear this microwave alarm.
And actually divide 3,000 by 4 million. And you can see what the percentage is of what he's actually talking about.
12th man, how many white slaveholders were there? And then compare it to that 3,776. How many? Look it up. I'm curious. Look it up. I got to go clear this microwave alarm. I'll be back in about 1 minute.
Thousands versus millions. Oh man. Especially when they just came in there and just took those people's land just because. I mean, that's what happened to my grandfather's land in North Carolina, and that's what happened to my grandmother's land in Mississippi. So they went out west as soon as the western expansion came, and then you had Southerners who came from the South out to the west and just start taking people's land and doing all that land bullshit that they did actually in the South. That's why the South, that's why the West was the Wild West.
You know about Oregon, right?
Oh yeah.
Oregon outright banned black people. It's like,
yes, they did.
Land ownership in Oregon.
Like,
oh wait,
like
hold
people
it.
don't
This see again. You know what? You know what? The other thing we don't teach our kids well is math. Okay,
yes.
So you say there were black slave owners, and most of those slave owners that you're mentioning, again, they were buying their relatives out of slavery. Technically, you could call them slave owners, but believe me, once you buy your wife out of slavery, you don't consider yourself a slave owner. Again,
it wasn't like showing up at Charleston and showing up to the auctions. Like, dude, they were just simply buying their relatives, and everyone worked the land, and that was kind of the end of it. What's going on here?
Let me Google this right quick, because this is just totally outrageous. Let's see here. The other thing is, how does he even know about this? This dude went out and Googled it to make his point. Probably the only time today he's used Google. So let me Google number of white slave owners. I guess I should go antebellum just to narrow it. Let's see.
Black people were not going out there and just owning slaves just for the slave of it. Come on, man. That's
shoot. You were liable to be kidnapped and just taken right up to the auction block.
Yeah.
Just number. Estimated. Eventually I'll ask the right question, but again, you have 4 million slaves at the end of the Civil War and 3,000 slave owners. Why would you even bother mentioning that? But again, the way these people think is if there was one black slave owner, that means blacks own slaves. And I guarantee you that those black slave owners, they had zero political power. That's really the thing about the planter class. They controlled their state governments, and for quite a bit of time, they controlled the U.S. government because of the 3/5 clause.
Yes,
they had a chokehold on American government.
With the 3/5 clause. Could you imagine if there was no 3/5 clause?
Yeah, they wouldn't have had any of the power they did.
Yeah.
Slave owners in USA.
Only thing you have to do is just divide, 3,000 by millions, and you'll see what 0.000% that is of the class it is.
There were 300 in 1860. There were 393,975 white slaveholders. Okay, so let's just say in 1860 there were 3,700. What is that? That's less than 1% for starters.
Yeah.
And even that 3,900 and 393,000, almost 394,000. That's just not even 1.5% of the total U.S. population. So that 3,000 is like what 0.01%.
But Stanley, it existed, it happened, it existed, therefore it's overwhelming majority because there was one.
Yeah, I don't get how these people, how on earth does like less than 1% of slave owners are black, but that is a substantive argument? You could literally say there were none. If they're less than like, if there's 0.something% of slave owners are black, you could get away with saying zero, just round it. Just do a rounding.
And look, 12 man, 3,000 is more than one. And actually 4 million is a lot more than 3,000.
And now it's blacks in Africa sold their own into slavery. Well, 12th man, who was buying them from the blacks? Okay, that's not an argument either. If there was no one buying the slaves into the transatlantic slave trade, maybe you'd have an argument. Again,
you know, Stanley,
it is
a parallel to this.
It is such a that he is trying to justify it is just outright shameful. He's embarrassing himself.
It doesn't matter. Like what it's kind of like the child corn argument. No one cares about who created it. The fact that your ass is in possession of it, that's all the law cares about. They don't care about where it came from. They care about the fact that you have it.
Oh, wait, my math is off? How the fuck is my math off?
You know what, Stanley? Pull up a calculator and just divide his 3,000 by 4 million. And show him what type
Well,
of percentage that is.
oh, well, no. I'm not even talking about the 4 million. I'm talking about the 393,000 white. If we take 300, let's just say 400,000
Okay. Hold
white
on.
slave owners and
Let me get a calculator.
4,000 black slave owners, that's less than 1%. That's way less than 1%.
Okay, so 400,000 divided by.
Oh, is it? Okay, my bad. 4,000 from 400,000. Is that? No. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. It is 1%.
Yeah, 1.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he's right. So, okay, 1% of slave owners are black. I'm sorry, 12th man. What's your point if 1%
3,000
of the total
divided by 400,000 is 0.0075%.
But then I'm sorry, what is it? But I'm also
0.0075.
saying of those 4,000, some of them were buying their people out of slavery. They didn't consider themselves slave owners. If you're buying your kids out of slavery, can we really call you a slave owner if you're their daddy?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
And
about.
you're buying them, buying them so that you're buying their freedom is what the term is. So if you're buying people out of slavery into their freedom, I don't consider you a slave owner. So again, it's less than 1%. That's actually what I'm thinking.
Dude, especially after Missouri Compromise, where they were just
4,000 people. If you're buying your people out of slavery, you're not a slave owner.
You a slave owner?
Their
Ooh, you bought a slave. Oh,
wait, hold it. Now my question, if because there were slaves who bought themselves out of slavery, are they slave owners? Oh, look, owning approximately 15,000 slaves. What does it matter if you buy yourself out of slavery, are you a slave owner? Can you answer that? By the way,
Stanley.
12th man, the link is posted. Why don't you click the link and come on up?
Stanley, even worse. If you divide 15,000 by 4 million, what do you get? An even worse percentage.
Well, at this point, it's struggle logic.
What it is like, it existed, therefore it's 50% plus 1. If it exists in any shape, form, or fashion, it's 50%.
Your volume's low. You must have backed off your microphone.
Yeah, sorry about that.
But here's the thing. I don't know this, but I'm just going to do some, a little bit of deduction here. Even the people, let's just say you had a plot of land, because there were black slave owners in Mississippi, if I recall, but even they didn't have political power.
Hell no, none.
Right.
The Choctaw slave owners, because there were some, they had no political power. And guess what? When you got too big, they came and just took your land away from you anyway. They'll just wait till you work it up to something nice, and they'll just come take it away from you.
Well, apparently 12th man is saying he won't buy that BS as far as he can throw it. Let me put it to you this way, 12th man. If this is my dream world, that one day I'm up on somebody else's panel and you bring this argument to me, it's not on my show, so I can't trash you the way I would on my show. Bring that bullshit up to somebody's panel. And it's not my show, and I'm gonna trash you even worse. Okay, because you're a grown-ass 50-something-year-old man, that if this bullshit that you're bringing, if one black person owned a slave, blacks are as culpable for American slavery as whites are. Bring that bullshit up to me on somebody else's panel and see how long you last, because I'm gonna trash the fuck out of you. apparently, this is your white supremacy moment. If a black person owned a slave, they are as culpable for slavery as any white people are. Like black people had that kind of political power. If you recall, black people were not citizens, according to the Dred Scott decision. So
And they
even
can
if
just
you own
pull up on
slaves,
you in the north and just relocate you to the south. It's like, what is this dude
well, not
talking
only
about, man?
that, people got kidnapped in the north and sent to the south, even
Yes.
free blacks.
Yes.
So anyway, enough messing around with 12th man. The ignorance is just incredible. I can't believe he's still putting up this fight. Hey, what am I gonna do if he insists that he has a point other than just go, hey, I can't help you, son. But if you
As
ever
long as
bring
they can type, they have a point. As long as they can
if you
speak, they have a point.
but he swears he's not a racist. Dude, you just, I don't know what to say other than
I don't understand the bravery of having these ahistorical, apolitical arguments in 2026.
I
I
don't
just
know. Well, let me tell you why, because there's some channels he could go to and they would
oh yeah,
go, yep,
John
12 man has a
Golf,
point. 12 yeah,
John Golf,
12 man has a point.
Chaotic Truth, Angry Man. There's a lot of coons out there who want you to get this stuff off. But I just it's just weird to me with all this information and ability to be informed around that we still have people who just choose
Oh
not to use
man,
it.
there is
Choose not
so
to
much
use it.
there is so much information out there. It's like there are all kinds of, you don't even
Choose
have
not to
to
use it.
read, you don't even have to go to the bookstore and buy the book. It's out there probably in the
All
PDF
free.
format out there.
Yeah.
But let's see. I was looking at conservatism. Conservatism isn't white and got sidetracked here. Let me find it.
Yeah, he is right. It's not white, but it's definitely anti-black. Anti-brown.
Yeah, that's right. You can be black and conservative for
Hell
sure.
yeah, you sure can.
We got lots of that. Let's see here.
Which is not really needed anymore, as the current administration is now showing us.
Yeah, well, you were here yesterday watching Cellulite celebrate his magnitude.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, Con, it blows my mind that, it is just so readily apparent that given American history, given Jim Crow, given the reasons why there was slavery, it was really just all economics, and then the moral arguments and the biological arguments came to justify the economics of slavery. It's just amazing that someone in 2026 doesn't take the time to just, I don't even know that it's educating yourself. It's really, you could sit down and you could just critically think your way through how horrible that argument is. Just take you could take your high school history and probably sit down and think critically and not come up with the conclusion that black people own slaves, therefore it justifies slavery. It's really the Thomas Sowell argument that every society, every civilization had slavery. So that basically means that, hey, America, it's okay that America had slavery because everyone else did. But there's so many reasons why American slavery was worse. It wasn't even just the, hey, I mean, you could take the philosophy of it where slavery is theft. You know, if you
that's
look
all it
at it
was.
from a Marx,
Wage
well, no,
Yeah.
I don't mean as in like a have the body sort of thing. If you go and you do a labor theory, like a labor theory of economics, where a person in a Marxian worldview, where where the proletariat basically they own their labor. If you enslave someone, you're stealing their freedom, you're stealing their labor. Okay, when you make someone work for free, you're stealing one of the few things that they can actually sell for money. So you have hundreds of years in the United States where labor was just stolen, and then you don't want to pay reparations. You literally steal something that could earn money. You take it, you enslave it, and then you want to say, hey, we don't owe you shit. And then on top of that, you retard wealth generation with Jim Crow, and then you still say, oh, hey, now you're free. You should
Compounding
be able.
the issue.
Exactly.
Deliberately not understanding it, and then just keep compounding it generation over generation while you use the government as an actual tool of actually increasing your deliberate misunderstanding of it.
Dude, before the Civil War, America's economy literally was America's place in world economics, in the rich nations,
especially the South,
literally was built by slaves picking cotton. But yet you want to say everybody had slavery?
Everybody had slaves, Stanley.
How many economies were built by slavery? Dude, you could mortgage slaves. You could literally buy more land by mortgaging human beings and get richer. There were people getting rich slave trading. There were banks that were issuing mortgages.
Notes on
and the mortgage, the interest charge would basically enrich the bank. It's like, oh my God, it's like having an economist, Thomas Sowell, an economist, basically just look away from how America's economic how can an economist like look the other way when a whole economic system was built? France's banking system built on Haiti. Haiti had to pay reparations to France after the Haitian Revolution. Well, the second time, Napoleon threatened to basically come back and reinvade, and the deal was, okay, well, we'll let you, we won't invade, but you need to pay us for the slaves that were freed. So France's banking system built on Haiti. Haiti is fucked up today because they had to pay all that money to France. But everybody had slavery. Dude,
but slave owners got reparations from the government for the slaves that they lost.
That is true. Dude, these motherfuckers, what they did was straight out immoral. It's literally immoral. And it was people like Thomas Jefferson who used to talk about slavery being like holding a wolf by the ears. You can't let it go, but you can't hold on to it for long either. Dude, when they say people like Thomas Jefferson were men of their time, they knew it was wrong. Thomas
At the time.
Jefferson,
Yeah, they
especially,
did.
he knew the shit was wrong, but hey, you know what? His lifestyle, his income, his wealth was built on the back of his slaves. Dude, those motherfuckers are about as immoral as you can possibly be. But we want to act like these people were flawless. The founding fathers were flawless. Dude, they were immoral as fuck. Anyway, I'm just way off the topic here, but oh my god, it's just, and they
Pure
want
craziness.
they want the
Pure
next
craziness.
generation to be this kind of ignorant. Oh look, Haiti is messed up because of Hillary Clinton. Oh my god. Oh
Yeah.
my
Just the
god.
1990s. Yeah.
Oh shit, dude! I don't think I ever heard anything as ignorant as this statement. Hillary Clinton fucked up Haiti. Do you know anything about the Haitian? Dude, I can't argue with this. One of the 5 laws of stupidity is you can't argue with it.
Mm-hmm. And
Oh,
every subsequent statement is another thing just as stupider as the previous statement, if not stupider.
Dude, I'm embarrassed for you. Oh wow. Oh wow. Hey, let me ask you a question because someone mentioned that I should review Black Conservative Perspective. Are you familiar with that channel?
Don't review that content, man. Because if you're dumb enough to watch the Black Conservative Perspective, you have other issues. Other issues. There is no
someone
need.
was saying I to review it, like
No,
not
it's
basically criticize it.
No, he's wrong on everything, and everything he does it's kind of like reviewing hood conservatives content.
Oh, really? Is that
It's worse
bad?
than reviewing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's worse than reviewing hood conservatives content. Now he is wrong about everything he talks about, but it's just that his stuff is so obviously a show. It's kind of like reviewing CT's or John Galt stuff for the ridiculous things that comes out of their mouths. He's just a person that does it for a purely white audience that doesn't have black people involved, and he's kind of like in this shut-in state to where he doesn't debate anybody. He just says a bunch of crazy stuff. It's not even historical. It's just bad.
Okay,
you can, but I'm just telling you that it's crazy. Yeah,
okay,
but
no, I won't
everything that comes out of his mouth is wrong, and it has no history associated nor signed with it. And here's the thing:
I already have a 12th man in my audience.
That's what I'm saying. We don't need any more.
Need to pull the rest of my hair out.
Yeah, and the thing is that a lot of people watch these things because they want to be rage baited into having discussions that they shouldn't. I'm like, the dude exists for a reason. It's kind of like doing Thomas Sowell review of his whatever he was saying on these conversations that he had in front of purely white audiences where no one can actually challenge him on stuff. At some point, it has to be the person who's actually tracking down this information to actually look at and respond to. It's kind of like how I was doing reviews of BGS's content, and I'm like, you know what? He's doing this content for a certain type of person who's never going to get it. What he's doing, he's not doing the content. He's being absurdly ridiculous on purpose for a very specific and select group of dumb idiots. And I have to understand that is not me.
Well, are you familiar with Glenn Lowry?
Yes.
Okay, well, he did a show. Well, this is a clip from the show. He's basically saying respectability politics isn't the enemy, and it's just a clip. So I'll look at that tomorrow.
Dude, there was
I'm
a whole
just like,
era. There was a whole era of people doing that as their actual political conversation. I mean, I, I wouldn't say you would have to understand it, but th- those clips from the 70s of people doing that stuff is still out there. It's on YouTube. It's
right.
free. Like, and the only reason why we're having this conversation about respectability politics because people don't know and don't understand history. And here's another thing that you never find. You never find someone talk about respectability politics in front of a historian, and you never hear anybody talk about respectability politics in front of a white liberal. Because those two groups of people would get your ass up to speed real fast on how bad that were, but they gaslight the public on just deliberately misquoting history. And that's what they
Well,
get
let me
paid to
tell
do.
you something. Are you familiar? Because I talked about it. I've been keeping up with Glenn Lowry for probably since the early 90s because I used to be a fan of Stanley Crouch, who was one of and Stanley there's a character for you. If you want to talk about an Uncle Tom. However, I love Stanley Crouch. He was actually funny. He was a jazz critic. And, that's really one of the reasons I'm not that much into jazz, but I used to enjoy hearing him talk about jazz and reading because he wrote books too. But here's the deal. Recently, like a year ago, maybe it was even, actually it was last spring. So it is a year ago. Glenn Lowry, in his retirement, was made a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. And
Yes,
they
I do remember
sponsored
that.
his show and all that stuff. Well, you're familiar with what happened. The minute Glenn Lowry kind of he had this Israeli historian on who was basically, he was very comfortable talking about the Palestinians. He was basically pro-Palestinian, but he's an Israeli historian. Well, Glenn Lowry had him on once, and for that one time,
yes,
the
forgot
Manhattan
where he
Institute
was, forgot who was being paid by, forgot what the situation is,
yes,
forgot.
So I think it's ironic that he is talking about respectability politics because look where respectability, when he didn't do respectability politics, he got his sponsorship, his senior fellowship taken from the Manhattan Institute. This apparently Glenn Lowry has no sense of irony, and a lot of black conservatives do not have a good sense of irony.
No, I mean, but they serve a very particular purpose while they're on these shows, and they keep. Well, I wouldn't say deliberately that they would forget what it is, but at some point, you have to understand that you are a stenographer for whatever they say, and you're not going to last too long if you go outside of that margin. A lot of
Right.
people don't understand that until they do. Like a lot of people be like, well, you know what? I could kind of do whatever I want. I'm safe. I'm like, no, your actual safety is based on the conversations you don't have. And the moment that you do have them, your ass is going to be out of there.
Yeah, and you would think, to be honest, and I actually was kind of shocked that the Manhattan Institute would do that because, dude, I'm just full of stupid anecdotes. But years ago, when I first got out of the Navy, I worked for Dean Witter for a year. I was like, hey, you know what? I wonder what it's like being a stockbroker. So I got my Series 7 and, it turns out I wasn't a salesman. That's basically what stockbrokers are, at least back this was like 1994. So it was mid 90s. But I had, and the problem is I'm kind of analytical. So if you attract clients that are similar to you, I had a bunch of clients who knew more about this shit than I did. Most of them just did business with me because they liked me.
Yeah.
So I had this retired lawyer. You know what? He made $100,000 a year in retirement because his law firm wanted to keep his name on the masthead. He didn't do shit. It's like, hey, he was kind of famous, and we want to keep your name because we want to keep your book of business. We'll give you $100,000 a year. So I figured that's what the Manhattan Institute would have done. Hey, you know, Glenn Lowry's kind of famous. You know, we just want his association. We're just going to kind of let him do what he wants to do, you know, because he's in his mid 70s and, you know, you know, but he's got the kind of reputation we want. We'll just kind of, you know, look the other way. They didn't even do that shit. They fired this dude. Has won like a couple prestigious awards. His reputation, you know, with black conservatives is pretty solid, but nope, they tossed his ass like he was some young buck who had not done shit with his life.
They're not playing around with this stuff, man. Like, you have to understand that.
Apparently not.
Well, and it's like you do one thing and your ass is gone. Not multiple shows, one show. Wasn't a series.
Well, the other irony, and you know that a lot of APAC type people were behind, you know, Manhattan Institute going, screw this.
Oh yeah.
It's so much for the history of black and Jewish, you know, good relations throughout American history. They bounced his ass like a fucking bat. You know what? When Laura Ingraham said shut up and dribble, that's what APAC did with Glenn Lowry. They just told him to shut up and dribble. Treated him like a fucking basketball player.
No. Shut up and black conservative.
So I'll look at this clip maybe tomorrow. I'm not that interested. I just thought it was just ironic when I saw it. We'll listen to a little bit more of this. Let's see, where am I time-wise? I'm at 4 hours. Yeah, it's about dinner time for me, but I've been sitting on this particular video for a while. And again, it's conservatism is not white. From the venerable Jonah Goldberg in the Dispatch. And by the way,
God.
I actually
the guy who wrote
Jonah
the
Goldberg.
book Liberal Fascism.
Jonah Goldberg did. I've never actually.
He wrote a book called Liberal
by him.
Fascism. No, you don't need to. It's just the title is just so funny.
Yeah, he is a very interesting character. These guys kind of remind me of people like 12th Man, and you know Ryan, right? He's your interlocutor every now and again. These guys swear that they are centrist. Jonah Goldberg would swear he's a centrist. But every time they criticize Trump, they have to mention Biden. It's like a reflex. They can't just concentrate.
They better.
Well, yeah. That's what I think. Jonah Goldberg, you can't. If you're gonna criticize Trump, you better be criticizing Biden, or you know your patrons, your audience is gonna be on your ass. And again,
that's that both sides do it. BS.
Yes. And you know what? Glenn Lowry and Thomas Sowell, Shelby Steele, all those people. All those people have to be careful because most of their audience is white. And if you go in without some sort of quote balanced approach, you will lose that white audience. John McWhorter is another one. John McWhorter John McWhorter is actually like the worst of the bunch. Because he swears he's liberal, he's a leftist.
Yeah.
Dude, he is fooling himself.
No, but these people just deliberately have all that access to media.
Yeah. I remember like years ago now, somehow or another, John McWhorter, I think it was actually on what's his name? Who's going away? The Late Show on CBS. Like when what's his name first started when he first took over for Dave Letterman. Somehow or another, he wound up having Cornel West and John McWhorter on the same show, and they were cordial, but dude,
Are you serious?
Oh, I am dead serious. And you know what? Oh, yes. I don't know how he did it. I think he might have pulled a surprise on John McWhorter. You know, Cornel West, he will talk to you even if he hates your guts. He's gonna at least try and be cordial. But John McWhorter, you know what? John McWhorter is about the most feminine of the bunch of them. You can just tell, dude, he is so fucking feminine. You know, you hearing him talk about Ta-Nehisi Coates, you could just tell, like, John McWhorter's so fucking jealous of Ta-Nehisi Coates. It is hilarious. He
wants that position. He wants that position.
Oh,
he wants that credibility.
Yes.
He wants it bad.
Yes.
But you got to do stuff culturally in order to do that. And a lot of people go.
No, Ta-Nehisi Coates is a fucking good writer. The motherfucker can write his ass off. And even John McWhorter has to admit it. You know, John McWhorter back in like maybe it was right before Ta-Nehisi Coates got real famous with The World and Me. He and John McWhorter used to actually get on the Glenn show and kind of talk back and forth every now and again. They'd be on the early days of the Glenn show, they would actually get up on a panel. And, you know, it was almost like Ta-Nehisi was kind of like John McWhorter's apprentice. And then Ta-Nehisi Coates got famous. And, dude, the only way to describe John McWhorter's reaction is catty. He just could not stand Ta-Nehisi Coates. And he shit on The World and Me. But Ta-Nehisi,
I do remember that.
Ta-Nehisi kept getting more famous. In this last book that Ta-Nehisi wrote, I haven't read it, but Glenn Lowry liked it. Oh, you should. Oh, dude, you could tell McWhorter's feelings were hurt. Dude, I have the green-eyed monster of jealousy just possesses John McWhorter. Mention Ibrahim X. Kendi. Oh, dude, you can just tell McWhorter gets so bent out of shape. But what I'm saying is John McWhorter's like the worst of the bunch. You know, the Shelby Steeles, Thomas Sowell. And I don't pick on Thomas Sowell that much because he's so old. But Shelby Steele is still putting out work. Shelby Steele has a documentary or something coming out. Forget the name of it, but it's white facing. I'll put it that way. But John McWhorter is just like the worst. But John McWhorter, you could just tell sitting on the same like panel with Cornel West. Oh man, it was just so funny to see John McWhorter's face. It's like he thinks all those guys are just beneath him. And I'm like, all those guys are really smarter. You know, supposedly John McWhorter's some highfalutin linguist, dude.
Come on.
He has never been that solid an academic. He's just never been all that. He's not even that good a writer, to be honest.
No, he never
Compared to a Ta-Nehisi Coates, he's of course he's a good writer, but dude, he's just run of the mill good. You know, Ta-Nehisi Coates well, Ibram X. Kendi won a National Book Award, and justifiably so, for Stamped from the Beginning. That's a fucking great book. And he won a National Book Award. That's why McWhorter can't stand Ibram X. Kendi. And Ta-Nehisi Coates is a bona fide public intellectual. He has that endowed chair at Howard, et cetera, all the things that McWhorter wish he could get.
Wish.
Yep.
Now they'll let you be a culture warrior, but they're not about to put you in no intellectual position. They're not about to.
Other than Thomas Sowell, but you know Thomas Sowell's history, right? Back in the day, well, Thomas Sowell, he taught at Cornell.
Yeah, that I did.
And then he basically was chased out of Cornell by the black students. So he gets out to UCLA, and dude, that's even worse because they're like Black Panther type people at UCLA. Essentially, the black students, and this is like the late 60s, so it's a bunch of black radicals out there. He couldn't hack it. His students were he just could not deal with his students. Now, you know what? A really cool conservative would have been able to create some sort of dialogue or something, but no, he just could not hack it. He's not
confrontational, and he's not used to being confronted for his BS points of view, and that's not a place for you to be at. And
you know what?
Like most conservatives who are full of it, they can kind of roll with the punches a little bit.
Exactly.
But he's not capable of it at all. He's not capable.
Dude, they had to basically create a place at the Hoover Institute where he could work in peace. People didn't disturb him. Dude, this is honestly how I feel. Even if you have conservative viewpoints, don't fucking talk about young black people in the black community if you can't go into the black community and talk to them. I've always had a problem with Thomas Sowell and people, Shelby Steele, those motherfuckers. Dude, at least Glenn Lowry would go talk to Mark Lamont Hill in dialogue. At least he'll go talk to Brianna Joy Gray.
Yeah.
Glenn Lowry, as a professor, has been in academia forever. He's retired from Brown. At least he would sit down with the students and talk to them, dialogue with them. He's never been that kind of hothouse flower. Thomas Sowell, I have zero respect for people like that. It makes my skin crawl when I hear young black people talk about how great Thomas Sowell is. He's never talked to young black people.
And the thing is, I always side eye whites when they say stupid shit like that. They're like citing to Thomas Sowell for things, and I'm like, you one of these type of people. I'm like, yeah. You don't even know that dude's position is artificial. Most black people don't even think like this. You've never seen Thomas Sowell actually argue with an actual black intellectual on anything. No, he's a safe kind of, oh, well, you know what? Thomas Sowell said this one has to be true. Like, no, Thomas Sowell said this one has to be wrong.
Dude, they literally created a place in their ivory tower for their little black orchid. Okay, basically Thomas Sowell has written books on photography and all these, dude, all he did for decades is just go out and represent. He was that black guy that they could trot out and go, even
Everybody can
black
call
people
on.
think this. Exactly. Oh man, it just, man, you don't know. And you know me, I'm a little, my voice is soft, and I'm a little bookish and all that. But dude, I can't stand. Dude, I was a naval officer, and believe me, I'll fucking mix it up. You butt heads with me, and we will go toe to toe. I do not brook bullshit when it comes down to it. And I just cannot stand a black man, especially of his generation,
Yes.
who can't, dude, motherfucker, dude. Oh, it blows my mind.
The
If I
mouthpiece of
have,
shit that is crazy, the stuff that he's a
dude,
mouthpiece
I
of.
cannot stand a black man of his generation who cannot mix it up with young black people. And dude, if they call you a nerd or all that shit, hey,
That's fine. It should be
them's
fine.
the breaks. But dude, you got to have a thicker skin than that.
Dude, you got to be out and proud with your concern. Like, look, you got to
Yeah,
be able to have an
oh,
argument against
absolutely.
people. I mean, have fake opposition. Something. Don't just touch all criticism. That's nuts.
Dude, go to a black church and talk your shit. Dude, if you don't have the courage of your convictions like that,
And
see,
look,
I could live with it if he never criticized, the black community at large. I could be okay with that. But this dude wants to sit there and write books like Black Rednecks and White Liberals, where he's just shitting on black people, but he won't do it in a black church. He won't do it, he won't sit down on Tony Brown's journal and fucking talk that bullshit. He's got to go on firing line. He's got to go talk to people like William F. Buckley, who are going to let him talk that shit. Dude, even William F. Buckley is like, kind of going, well, are you serious?
Yeah.
Even people like Bill Buckley are going, really? So anyway, I'm done shitting all over Thomas Sowell. He's an old man now, and it's probably a little bit disrespectful of my elders, but I get to talking about people like Thomas Sowell and Shelby Steele, man. I could go on for days with my disdain. I really don't respect. I don't respect their work whatsoever. So we'll listen to a few more minutes of this, then I'm going to wrap this up. And by the way, folks, the link is pinned. At least it was. So if anybody wants to come up here and mix it up a
I
little
came up
bit,
because there was a pin link. I can't. It wasn't in the chat. It was because it was pinned.
come on up, 12 man.
That they can claim uniquely as their own, that you can't sort of stair step or build on from the original conservative movement they claim to displace. And it seems that we're getting some big ones right now in the stakes in companies. I think from what I've read, 15 companies the government has now taken ownership positions in. And we've also got the tariffs, which have been a moving target the entire time, which seems to prove our argument, I think.
Here's the
we do have a massive amount of taxes that were imposed on the American people through the tariffs, and which seem to have accomplished absolutely zero of the objectives that we've also heard about reshoring manufacturing jobs, increasing manufacturing production, et cetera. Nothing like that has emerged. We have no evidence of that whatsoever. And in the
Very true. Zero evidence. Stanley, you there? Video's not playing and I'm not hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was on mute. So Trump, to build Trump's bunker ballroom duplex.
Such a bad idea.
This made me laugh. Oh, damn it. Where is it? So there's this European steel company that is donating about, I think it was $10 million worth of steel to help build the ballroom. And I'm like, wait, I thought
I'm pretty sure that's for free. Yeah. We got steel companies here in the U.S.
They're donating it. They're donating $10 million worth of European steel products. What on earth? Why?
On this United States ballroom for the cap. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, these people elected the most corrupt motherfucker possible. How do you get more corrupt? But yet these MAGA blacks are just acting like this dude is just Trump wins. What happened to the jobs that are supposed to be created by supporting American steel companies? Not even American steel companies apparently are donating. I just don't get it. It's a bad look. I can't find the story. I thought I saved it somewhere. It's a really bad look for someone who's supposedly America first. Trump is just,
we're like in Qatari airplane territory with these donations.
I just, this man, it's been a bad week for MAGA is all I can say. It's just, he's fighting, Hegseth is fighting with the Pope.
Yes.
Yeah, they're like,
could you imagine that? With how many Catholics there are in this country? Could you imagine that?
I'm Catholic. I'm just like, dude, they're picking fights with the
Can you name
American
a time in American history where the Secretary of Defense is fighting with the Pope?
I'm like, really? Why on earth? Well, Hegseth is he's an evangelical. Maybe that's part of it. A lot of evangelicals don't like Catholics, but I'm like, dude, it's we've got for the first time ever, an American-born Pope, and these guys just want to go and show their ass. Apparently, they're thinking, hey, he's American, he needs to take our side. Dude, I was listening to an interview with this Pope. This Pope was speaking fluent Italian. I'm like, I turn on, I click the play button expecting him to be talking English. Dude is speaking Italian like an Italian. Of course, that's one of the requirements. But once you become Pope, dude, you're not an American, you're the Pope. Dude, just a bad look. Picking a fight with the Vatican. What are you gonna do? Invade the Vatican?
That's what I'm saying. It's
And the vice president's a convert. The vice president's a converted Catholic. These guys are just crass. That's the only word. 12th man was just here. He blinked out again. Maybe his phone is drunk.
Yeah.
The question we have. Let's take a really hard.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Harsh immigration posture. Let's go beyond just removing violent illegal immigrants, but we're going to really go in. We're going to have quotas, and we're going to arrest. 3,000 people a day? We're going to send agents out into people's homes, into Target parking lots, all sorts of this business. And the American people saw it. amplified by these two shootings, of course, but seem to have turned away from it. And it seems to be that the Trump administration finds itself on the back foot on what were its strongest policy pieces are coming out of the election, the economy and immigration, precisely because they followed the MAGA playbook. All of this should raise in people's minds a question. It should start to. What exactly is conservatism about? What is a Republican presidency about? Because the things that are uniquely positive for the Trump administration, I would go back to its supply side economic principles that he's built on, even in the one big beautiful bill, as mixed as that piece of legislation was. It's the conservative judges, and it's also trying to find ways of shoring up the traditional culture that emphasizes.
Well, someone who's a neocon, apparently that's not even a neoliberal thing. Nobody who talks about supply side economics
today.
Yeah, these guys are shameless. Look, people like Jonah Goldberg and that whole, Jonah Goldberg, I think even within the dispatch crowd, Jonah Goldberg is a little bit of an anachronism. He's a piece of work. And I like Jonah Goldberg. He's just an odd bird.
Family and community and the things that bring people, or to build people around a conservative ethos. So it all, to my mind, the record still remains very mixed as to what the conservative movement will be. But there's this splash about, Orrin Cass writing against financialization last week in the New York Times. There's this sort of love of the contrarian take that continues to inspire people and inspire, people who should know better, quite frankly, in Washington.
Yeah, I mean, I find the argument about tariffs to be incredibly frustrating because you get the Trump defenders, which are in terms of the realm of economics, it's either non-economists and activists like Orrin Cass and his outfit, which is getting, part of its business model is to undermine the rights and commitment to free market capitalism, and its funders are getting value for their payments, right? But for the most part, among actual economists, who don't have TV shows, let's say, but who are actual real economists, almost all the defenders are people in the administration. It's Kevin Hassett and these people, and they use these talking points where they'll say all of these economists predicted inflation, which is not really true. They predicted higher prices and economic dislocations, but whatever. When Trump announced his tariffs, that hasn't happened. They're all wrong. And as my friend David Bonson and other people have pointed out, well, part of the problem with that argument is Trump has rescinded vast numbers of the tariffs that he announced on Liberation Day. And he hasn't actually followed through at the scale that he originally wanted to. And so you don't really have a great sort of pool of evidence to draw from. But what you do have is that the Trump administration is constantly having to pull back on its tariffs in order to do its affordability stuff. And we've seen no reshoring to speak of, right? That really matters. We haven't seen any boost to the industrial thing. But my problem with that form of argumentation, which is all over the place, is those people said X isn't true, therefore what we're doing is awesome, which is not logically a great argument. Just because somebody is wrong, just because a critic is allegedly wrong or legitimately wrong, doesn't mean what you're doing is right. And you find that form of argumentation, it's sort of the pundification of political discourse insofar as, like, you look at the responses to the white culture stuff, which I want to get to. Enormous number of people are saying their defense of it is that, well, the left started, which I think to some extent is true, with all their whiteness studies and anti-white stuff and all that kind of stuff. But that was bad.
The left started it? What?
Yeah, these guys. I don't know. I find it frustrating that they're talking about Trump and his policies, but it's always got to be. They've always got to pull the left into it. It's like, what was the name of the policy about equal time? I can't remember the name of it.
Fairness doctrine.
Fairness doctrine. It's like they have to go by the fairness doctrine or something. You know, you can't talk about the problems in the Trump economy without bringing in the left.
Yeah. You know the radicals on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. Well, funny enough, Jonah Goldberg, all of a sudden, and he literally said something like this. All of a sudden, he believes in horseshoe theory. So I'm like, really? That's how you're gonna do the fairness doctrine? You're just gonna do horseshoe theory? If it's bad on the right, then the left started it. Really?
Said it was bad, right? And now because they did it, it's okay for us to do it too, is not an argument, but that is sort of the crux of a vast amount of the argumentation out there.
Yeah.
No, what I've read.
Yeah, these guys. Look, I can respect someone on the right who is just gonna be, they're gonna criticize the right. Or you know what? Never criticize the right. Just criticize the left and never look at the right. But this both sidesism.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, it's a problem. It makes people look weak.
This day, 40 to 50% of goods coming into America are free of tariffs. So something along those lines. And then if you also look at the exceptions that have been made for technology and other high profile goods that are needed in our economy, it's not a surprise that the tariffs haven't created the economy. Of course, we forget that week after Liberation Day was set, there was a flight from the dollar. We also had interest rates going up. I mean, it looked like we were set for not an economic calamity, but for an economic downturn. And then all of a sudden, Peter Navarro left the office is the story. And in swoops Scott Bessent to save the day and convince Trump to walk some of the stuff back, which, and then you've recently removed tariffs on all sorts of things that we don't even produce in this country. Surprise, surprise. I fear, and the great former governor of Indiana, Mitch Daniels, made this point in the Washington Post. My fear is what the Trump administration has done is set down the precedent for a national consumption tax. Mm-hmm. Or these tariffs stay in place with the next administration precisely because they do build revenue, and we are in need of revenue given entitlement commitments that no one seems to want to revisit. Not that the tariff revenue is going to be sufficient for that, but it can be a long.
You're going to compare tariffs
Let me ask you a
Medicaid
question.
and Medicare and Social Security?
Dude, this why not just fucking raise taxes? Because that's what a tariff is.
Yeah, tariffs is a tax.
This is their way of raising taxes, but not calling them taxes, apparently.
Correct. It's kind of like Texas, where it's redoing all the roads, so that way, if you want to drive through Dallas, you can take the 2 express lanes. But if you want stop and go traffic all the way through Dallas, then you can take the regular lanes. Like, no, it's still a tax on people for actually your misappropriation of highway funds in order to give more tax cuts to other people. It's like, how is it that we can't see this? It's a tax. That's what it is. A tax on everyone. And it's a consumption-based tax, too. You engage in the economy, you buy certain items, you're paying this tax. There's no way around.
Charged some sort of new tax could be purposed to that end, and we're already kind of used to it. That's one fear that I have. It also seems, you hear that Larry Kudlow or Newt Gingrich, Kevin Hassett, and others will say one thing in public in support of Trump's economic program to preserve the ability to be able to speak to Trump privately and keep him on an economic growth message. I don't know if that's true. I've heard that. That would be the best argument I could see for what these guys say in public. But it does seem Kevin Hassett yesterday threatening research economists at the New York Fed for a study affirming long-held conclusions on tariff policies and how they affect consumers. And he suggests they should be disciplined for that research. Is a line crossing in the Trump administration on these policies, indicating they know they're losing. And they're losing, it's a part of, you mentioned Ross Douthat earlier, Ross Douthat said Trump has lost the country. This is one way he lost the country. His major economic intervention, one of them is the tariff policy. And people associate that, rightly or wrongly, with these ongoing high prices they pay for everyday consumers.
Rightly or wrongly?
Yeah, Kevin Williamson, very different Kevin.
You heard about for a while there, bananas and coffee were tariffed. And so I'm thinking to myself, everybody buys bananas, everybody buys coffee. Why did they not just do carve-outs for those two grocery store items? These people are just, this Trump administration is just haphazard. They do not have the ability to think. It's like if you were going to slap a tariff, but yet people are complaining about grocery store prices, the first thing you would do, in my opinion, would be to go and look at what's in your grocery store that might be subject to tariffs. All that produce, your avocados, your strawberries,
Tomatoes.
all these things that are grown, tomatoes, all these things that are grown in Mexico. Dude, I would be doing exceptions to all those items when the people are complaining about grocery store items. That's just like common sense 101.
It's not like the American diet is that vast. It's very small about what people buy at the supermarket.
Exactly. It's like, but they had to go back. They slapped the tariffs. And I remember specifically bananas and coffee, they had to go back after the fact and make exceptions. And I'm thinking to myself, really? Y'all couldn't have figured that out so it wouldn't make the newspapers and stuff like that? This administration,
it's not like they don't have researchers or people who do this for a living, people who can give them a long list of stuff not to do, and they just do it anyway. Don't care about oh my God, attacking Iran and closing the Strait of Hormuz. Wow, that's going to make oil prices go up. Who would have thought about that?
Oh my God, dude. What are the... I can't make heads nor tails. I cannot make heads nor tails. I think the only thing I can think of is they thought it was going to go like Venezuela, where it's just over in pretty much 24 hours. And I'm like, dude, you're not dealing with a Western culture influenced place. You're dealing with a totally different culture. What made you think it was gonna be like taking Maduro out? These people strap vests to themselves hoping for martyrdom. You're not, dude.
People who train people
Ayatollah
as a country aspect of getting people to go off themselves. And you're going to walk in thinking that you're going to make some type of headway. All right, so let me give you an example. Now, I'm going from Idaho to Ohio. This is normally a backhaul that I did for $4,500. I'm doing this for $7,000. Same load I've done for years. The first time I've ever done this load for $7,000. And that's minimum, and that's still low ball. Something I used to do for $4,500, I'm low balling it at $7,000. There's people coming out of there, it's $8,500. It's crazy talk.
Well, why the price increase? Gas? Diesel?
Yeah, diesel went up. Yeah, the diesel surcharge went up, so now the actual the line haul is just as much as the diesel surcharge. You know how much to transport goods from one place to another. When
let me ask you
I
a
told people it was
question.
going to go up. Yeah.
When if it went back down, would you lower the price, or would you keep it at
Um,
7,000?
no, it's kind of like a running tally. It takes a lot. Once it gets there, it takes a while for it to go off. Now I gradually lower my prices per week.
I see.
Once it's done, well, like the bigger companies, they don't care. They're gonna ride it until they get kicked off.
I see.
But to me, I know they're shipping out of there for 8,500, so I do 7,000. So while I'm doing
Gotcha.
it for 7,000, I still get to book more at 7,000 because I'm giving it over to people for 6,500 when I know they normally run it for 4 or 5. So I'm still making money off of doing 20, 30 loads from this place. Even though I'm personally
Wow.
driving one, there's 25 or 30 that I'm not driving, and I'm still making like 25 grand a week off of that, even though I'm not
Nice.
driving all the time. Yeah.
In tone and tenor and life story. Had a great piece the other day for us about the unseen costs of the tariff, which was very Bastiat, right? It was, it doesn't necessarily, tariffs don't necessarily mean higher prices for consumers. They mean higher costs. And so some businesses can swallow.
Okay.
They don't pass it on to the
Okay,
consumer. What they
Stanley,
do is
stop right here.
they don't hire.
Stanley, how does higher cost doesn't mean higher prices for the consumer? What is he talking about?
Well, I mean, how many businesses are going to eat the difference?
None of them. I'm not eating these diesel costs. I mean, I did for a month.
I mean, well, essentially, there might be a business or two that will eat the cost, but not most won't. Why you even bring it? It's almost like 12th Man and the black slave owners. That is going to be such a rare occurrence. It's really not worth even bringing up unless you're trying to gum up, unless you're trying to make some sort of bad faith argument.
And that's all it is.
Businesses are going to
Bad
pass
faith
it
argument.
through.
They always have.
Yeah. It's either a bad faith argument. I can't imagine Jonah Goldberg is that naive. You
He's
know,
not that
somebody needs to be laughing at him.
A new employee. They
No,
don't
no,
give
like-
out bonuses
like-
at Christmas.
Like you should
They,
hear a laugh
they
track
don't do
while
an
he's
expand-
talking. You hear like a consistent laugh track while he's talking. Like every time he says something stupid, you just turn up the laughter on the laugh track, like it's some type of sitcom or something.
Yeah.
Mention for a third location for their diner, chain. They don't fix the potholes in their parking lot. You can go down a very long list of it's the irrational distortion of economic decision making all along the supply chain. My sister-in-law bought some yarn or crochet thread or something months ago, and this is a big hobby of hers or something, and she just got a bill from I want to say DHL or something like that for the tariff on the thread that was about 80% of the price of the thread. That was just like, and my point is, it's like the way I think about this is, imagine they came up with a really stupid reason to give people driving tickets. Tickets like if you have your elbow out the window, you're going to get a $50 fine, and it's a dumb thing, but it's a revenue raise or whatever. Even if you can afford the $50, the first time that happens to you, you're furious about it for a really long time,
Yeah.
And the country is full of people now who have stories about either from their own life or their sister-in-law about how the tariff is messing up their businesses, and it doesn't matter to a certain extent its full effect on the economy. people live in microeconomies, and they think this stuff matters because it matters to them, and they associate it with larger trends.
Well, just anecdotally, I live in Northeast Ohio. Stories from people who are working in the manufacturing industry of how materials they source from Asian countries are now, they can't plan their businesses anymore. And one of the ways they've responded is they're not helping people.
Mm-hmm.
So you've put into place anti-growth conditions in the very industry you claim to be helping. And so this is when someone told me that, it was a gentleman that works in a company that makes remote control devices for large manufacturing pieces of equipment. And they source the remote control devices from various countries in Asia. They're going to be necessarily in the future. And so when you do that, you just stop expanding, or you stop innovating because you have no idea what the future is going to hold. That's this is not a way to proceed.
All right, so I keep dropping hints about it.
I look forward to this.
So there's this big argument. A guy named Jeremy Carl was up for a State Department position. Full disclosure, I met him once or twice, maybe 3 times in my old.
Yeah, I did showed a interview with him by a guy named Christian Watson, who's a weirdo in and of himself. I had a Jeremy guy. Yeah, he's that dude's an out and out racist.
In our days. And he's written a book, which I've not read, about the anti-white on the left. That's all fine. I don't want to make it about Jeremy Carl, but he had a bad appearance in front of the Senate for his confirmation hearings. Some Democrats were, I think, unsurprisingly aggressive about his views. He's tweeted, Jeremy Carl has tweeted some really horrendous things about January 6th and all that kind of stuff. He's a very red-pilled Claremont kind of guy. He's at the Claremont Institute. But it sparked a broader conversation about whether or not, what is white culture, and should it be the term that we use for
this guy's trying to intellectualize.
He sure is.
Racist behavior and racism. This is why I cannot stand these fucking conservatives who do this.
He said unsurprisingly aggressive. During a confirmation hearing.
Listen to what he's saying. Should it be called white culture? Dude, if you mention white or black or any race, it's racist by definition. These guys will do anything to skip over or smooth over something that is glaringly racist.
Clearly.
How about deal with why this guy was nominated for anything to begin with? Let's deal with that.
To go through a confirmation hearing to show you why he shouldn't have been picked for anything.
Now, these guys are just horrible on this stuff. But yet people like these guys will get offended. They'll call me a racist for making a big deal out of it.
Or American culture, American majority culture, American traditional culture, Western European culture, Western civilization. And
dude, look at him. Oh, he should have called it not white culture, but European culture, and he might have been able. No, he would have gotten away with it. That's really their point. Had he not been just so nakedly racist, if he had just couched it in a term that was a little bit more acceptable, like we don't know what he means.
I mean, like what they want is stevia races. They won't. You know, we see it as sugar in the raw, but they see it as other things. It's like, come on.
Well, the thing is if he had said American culture, that could be anything under the umbrella. It could be Latino, it could be Black, it could be any number of things, because American culture is not one thing. This is why these guys are just awful when it comes to race. They just want to, basically, they want to pretend it doesn't exist, that it's been solved, we have moved on. Much like Justice Roberts has said, the only way to end racism is not to be racist or some shit like that. I'm like, dude, what a smug thing to say. What a smug thing to say.
Like on some Morgan Freeman shit. Well, you know, stop talking about it. Stop talking about it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Dude, Morgan Freeman, dude. I'm glad they don't have black cards, because his would have been revoked over that shit.
Oh yeah.
Dude, you played in Driving Miss Daisy. They made a whole fucking movie about it. How were we going to ignore it?
There are a lot of people who sort of joined the argument. I'm just kind of curious, how do you see it? And if I've left out some important context, let me know. But
yeah, you know, it was funny. I grew up in a small town in Tennessee, right outside of Nashville, and there was a sociologist used to be at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. His name was John Shelton Reed, if I'm getting his name correctly, and he wrote about Southern white culture, even after World War II, and so we're now in the realm of the New South and Civil Rights South, and what Walker Percy called the air-conditioned South. And he said it had a remarkable coherence to it. And I grew up in this small town, but my grandfather was from German Midwestern farming people, and his my grandmother, he met her in Scotland during World War II, so they were not
my bad.
Southerners.
I
kind of grew up
accident
in Southern culture and in the New South realm, but also kind of, I think, able to maybe have some distance from it. And so I understand that white culture, in a sense, if you want to use that term. I mean, it was hunting, fishing, football, a lot of outdoor stuff.
That's bad white culture to him? What?
Listen to these motherfuckers.
Jesus
Can you believe
Christ.
that shit? So, football, hunting, and dude,
fishing.
Hey, you know what? When you hear these people talking of mocking, like being on time is white, or that chart that they hung in the Museum of African American History, or I guess it's the African American History Museum. There was a chart, math is white, all these things that are white. So apparently hunting, fishing, and football are white. Dude, these guys sound like they just sound like
racing and NASCAR and football is white too, right?
Damn.
Bad white culture. Yeah. Okay.
But then if you think about it, is that like North Dakota? Is that like the German Scandinavian belt in the upper Midwest, et cetera? I mean, there's tons of differences there. I think, just fundamentally, I'll say the idea of using white culture as a way to defend and advance and build principles on as a conservative for things that we believe in seems just fundamentally an error. And fundamentally an error, I would argue, because the principles we are trying to build around is the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution.
Oh,
and those
get
are the
out
principles
of
we
here.
want to.
Really?
All I have to say,
Kicking Latinos out the
mean
country
a-
because
you
you're
mean-
trying to build
you
on the
mean-
Declaration of Independence And the Constitution. Okay.
Dude, they had to make the Constitution multiracial up until 1866. It was white too. Oh man, I just see. This is why we need DEI. They need a black person in there just calling them on this bullshit. What? You know, one of the major things that is white is the Declaration of Independence. Up until 1964. You know, Jason Stanley basically said it probably best, that really America is one of the newest democracies, because it really wasn't a true, like a real democracy until the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Why are these people talking like this? This is why we need DEI. They need some DEI at the dispatch.
The constitutive of our culture overall in this country, which there will be incredible diversity of all the different groups and the things that they do and associate with. But you know, fundamentally, we want to have a culture of a certain kind of individualism, a certain kind of devotion to family. We want to be open to religion. We want to support those things. We want to support commerce. We want to have a colorblind constitution, a colorblind institutions within our country. And it seems you would want to build on those principles. I don't even know what you think you get from saying white culture other than a counter tribal ethos.
Bullshit. What he gets is the secret cultural handshake.
Yes, he does.
You know, the old boys club in the United States. Dude, he got nominated, which means that, you know, the only way he didn't get confirmed is there was just too much blowback.
Like there was for Matt Gaetz. Like there was too much blowback for him to be, head of the Justice Department. But Pam Bondi,
yeah, if they could to get Gates in there or Jeremy Carl, they could have figured out a way to get him in there. They'd have done it.
To what left progressivism has tried to build on with multiculturalism.
Yep, there we go. Left progressivism, all of a sudden they have to pull the left into this. We're talking about Jeremy Carl. We're trying to talk about Jeremy Carl, but all of a sudden left progressives,
the radicals on both sides.
Yeah, these guys are really bad.
And sort of they have taken an anti-white posture in many respects. That's true. But the way to oppose that, and the way I thought we were always doing,
an anti-white posture.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute again. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pull up the tent stakes on this. This is just like pulling teeth. These guys, it's like they cannot just critique MAGA in the Trump administration. They have to just keep pulling, dragging the left into it. And this is what I cannot stand. I criticize.
Hey, you want to watch the black conservative perspective? This is just what this is, but it's one person that does it the entire program.
I tell you what, you can actually, I don't know. I mean, I'll criticize the left because I'm not, there are a lot of things. I was criticizing, what Biden did. I think Biden is the main reason we have a Trump second term. He should have just stuck to the one term. You know, I think Kamala got screwed on this. She probably could have, if she had survived the nomination process. She wasn't that far behind. It wasn't the landslide these people are saying. But my point is, if you're going to criticize the left, stick to the left. Don't bring the right into it unless it's actually like you're actually going to make a point. And then vice versa. But you're talking about all this stuff, and all of a sudden you're saying the other side is anti-white. How is that? How is that
unreal? Unreal.
I don't get it. Yeah.
But here's the other thing about it, right? Trump literally won by the same percentage points that Biden won by, and nobody considered Biden winning by a landslide.
Right.
No one considers that.
Well, I think that I'm almost sorry I watched this, because it says conservatism isn't white. Well, I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
Yeah, you need that Rush Limbaugh clip. It was totally about race. You need that clip.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. It's hard to take people like this seriously. I think I'd prefer somebody like Jeremy Carl. At least you know what he is. These guys, I don't think these guys really understand how they're coming off. So any final words before I get out of here?
I mean, it's just a privileged, smug piece of garbage thing to do, to make all these false statements and false equivocations and try to make it look like one group of people is so downtrodden. It's like, come on, dude. I'm not.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. They're not making a good case that conservatism isn't white. They would actually, to be honest, they should go, if conservatism isn't white, they should have gone out of their way to diversify this panel.
You really think, like, dude, given the era that we in, man, like they don't need black conservatives no more, man.
Well,
they clearly don't need it.
You know what? To be honest with you, you are 100% right. What do we need? What do we need black?
With a black conservative right now. Yeah. Why?
Just for cheerleading, or maybe to pick some cotton. I don't know. I don't know. You know,
I mean, it's like the Mississippi Black MAGA contingent is really bringing more votes in. Like, where is this Black MAGA having an effect other than them building platforms off of it and getting paid for things that they are not actually monetarily providing for the actual space that they're in? So, I don't know.
Oh, wow. I just, Lebanon is saying they will not negotiate. They will not negotiate with Israel while they're under attack.
No shit.
This is, yeah. I'm telling you right now, these guys think they're winning, but they're not really. I'm sorry, Netanyahu. You just got checked. I just out of curiosity, before we go, how do you think this ceasefire is going to last?
They've already broken the ceasefire 3 minutes after it was signed.
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, Israel, was it Israel that attacked that oil refinery, or was it the U.S.?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I don't think it's going to last.
No, I mean, they're going to pretend that it's in place while they negotiate more things that Israel's not going to follow. Like, Israel doesn't follow any peace accord. They don't follow any plan of negotiation or surrender or anything. They operate consistently outside of it. And 3 minutes after it was actually announced, they proved their point that means the United States want to actually negotiate with you. That doesn't mean we want to negotiate with you. Only thing you need is another administration that wrap this stuff up pretty quickly.
Yeah. All right, MOT. I enjoyed it.
All right, cool, man.
I've
Right, cool. Thanks for having me on,
haven't
man.
laughed at conservatives this heartily in quite some time. So everybody,
But think
I'll be
about
back
the new
around.
people who's jumping on the ship to be conservative and just praising Trump for no reason, like Mike 123. I have no idea what they're doing.
I don't
or
know.
why.
I don't know how. I'm just going to assume he was with Trump during the first term as well. So, I know he's trying to be funny with this Trump as the head of my life, but I don't know. I think he's trying to be funny, but it's hard to tell. He might actually be serious.
I mean, but conservative humor, man, you know how that goes. Doesn't go
Yeah.
well.
Well, we don't call that humor. I'm waiting for Greg Gutfeld to get a Mark Twain prize. I'll bet he gets one next year.
or Jesse Waters, even worse.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. That dude is a slime ball for real.
Yeah. Epic turpitude.
All right,
cool, man. Well,
folks.
thanks for having me on, man.
Yes, sir. I'm going to see y'all tomorrow, 3 or 3:30, and then we'll make plans for Saturday. It is the Stanley Makes the World Feel Better Saturday. So I will see everyone tomorrow. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. If you hear this on a replay, please make sure you hit the like button, leave comments. Most of the stuff that we looked at and talked about today is in the show notes. The links are. So we will see everyone tomorrow. And everyone have a good night. I'm going to eat leftover chicken.